et j'ai le grand plaisir de présider ce panel, le premier panel de la journée. The first paper is by Fabrice Bourlès, Le post-humain a-t-il un inconscient? Ensuite, nous aurons Yu-Chen Cheng, Astro-Post-Human Temporality on the Time Continuum and Becoming Cosmos. Armando Zacarias, Echo pluriversel, le côté décolonial de Rose Bredotti. And finally, Paulina Bronfman, Rivers as Legal Subjects, Post-Human Feminist Perspectives on Law, Rights and Justice. So, for people, there is the possibility to have the translation from French to English. You can take the casco in the bottom of the room there. So just 5 minutes, and after we begin. Okay, so thank you for being there. So I give the floor to Fabrice. Yeah, if you want.
Bonjour. Est-ce qu'on m'entend? C'est mieux? Oui. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci pour l'organisation de ce colloque. Merci aux organisateurs et organisatrices, Marco, Barbara, Luca, Chiara, j'en oublie certainement. Je suis particulièrement fier et heureux de pouvoir être parmi vous pour ces journées qui très certainement vont faire date. Et comme beaucoup d'entre nous, je souhaiterais évidemment commencer par remercier Rosi pour sa manière unique de nous transmettre la pensée, avec vivacité et vitalité. La question que pose le titre de mon intervention du jour est un tout petit peu frontale. Le post-humain a-t-il un inconscient? Alors, je vous prie d'excuser cette frontalité, mais je dois vous avouer que c'est un euphémisme par rapport à mon projet de départ, puisque la vraie question que j'aurais voulu poser, c'est pourquoi, depuis toujours, j'aime Rosi Braidotti de tout mon cœur depuis la première ligne que j'ai lue d'elle. Donc, vous l'avez échappé belle. J'ai fait soft. Et puisque je suis en veine autobiographique, je vais continuer mon coming out. Donc j'ai commencé par faire un coming out amoureux. Je voudrais faire un coming out en tant que praticien, puisque je vais situer mon discours aujourd'hui en tant que psychanalyste. C'est mon travail. J'ai une longue formation lacanienne orthodoxe. Voilà, c'est dit, le coming out est fait. Je suis toujours en vie aussi, rassurez-vous. Alors, le post-humain a-t-il un inconscient? est la question qui me travaille justement en tant que clinicien, surtout quand je lis les derniers textes de Rosi. Parce qu'au fond, de Nietzsche, Rosi a sans doute gardé et a sans doute allégé de manière un peu plus réjouissante un véritable élan. Un élan qui dit oui à la vie. Avec Marx, elle a certainement insisté sur un matérialisme, mais un matérialisme qui n'hésite pas à interroger les enjeux qui sont propres aux différences de genre et plus seulement ceux liés à la classe. Donc, Marx, Nietzsche, qu'est-ce que Rosi a fait à la pratique freudienne? Freud. Elle, la deleuzienne, grandit à grands coups d'anti-Édipe. N'a-t-elle pas tiré la langue au triangle familialiste? Elle, la féministe, lectrice et proche de la première Lucie Rigaray, n'a-t-elle pas définitivement tourné le dos au lacanisme abstrait et à ces jeux de mots incompréhensibles pour embrasser les luttes et l'espoir? Ce qu'on sait, c'est que de son propre roman familial, Rosi a fait un véritable roman. Elle l'a publié, elle le rappelait hier, en 2024. Roman écrit dans sa langue maternelle. Ou, plus exactement, elle a transformé l'histoire des femmes de sa famille en une sorte de grande fresque politique, sociale, qui voyage entre les langues, les dialectes, les frontières, les souvenirs, les lettres, les cartes postales, les coups de fil et les emails, d'une génération à l'autre. Je pense évidemment ici à son livre « Il ricordo di un sogno », le souvenir d'un rêve. Du titre même de l'ouvrage, on peut déduire que Rosi n'a pas renoncé à l'inconscient. J'ignorais, je dois l'avouer, jusqu'à hier, si Rosi avait jamais franchi un cabinet de psychanalyste. Mais j'étais certain d'une seule chose, c'est que Rosi rêve. Et, je le rappelle, pour Freud, le rêve, c'est la voie royale pour accéder à l'inconscient. Au milieu du livre de Rosi, il y a un très beau rêve, où elle décrit sa solitude et comment elle, la nomade, se sent parfois un peu perdue au cœur du monde. Une petite fille lui apparaît alors dans le rêve. Elles s'embrassent, elles se rassurent, et elles se disent « Nous allons y arriver ». Et confiance. Fin du rêve. Que Rosi est bel et bien un inconscient, qu'elle ait trouvé dans l'écriture et la philosophie des manières d'ouvrir des possibles, des destins nouveaux pour ses pulsions, des formes de sublimation inédites, lâchons le mot, on ne peut que s'en réjouir. Cela nous donne de quoi lire, de quoi penser et, ma chère, aussi de quoi travailler. Évidemment, la question du jour n'est pas du tout de psychanalyser Braidotti en direct. Il s'agit plutôt de comprendre ce que la thématisation du post-humain peut faire à la clinique psychanalytique. Au fond, l'image de la fin des mots et des choses de Foucault, que Rosi aime souvent rappeler, celle où le visage de l'homme s'efface, comme un visage de sable à la limite de la mer, venait pointer la fin, ou du moins la relativité, de ce qu'on appelle le structuralisme. Aussi bien le structuralisme de l'inconscient structuré comme un langage cher à Jacques Lacan, que celui de la pensée sauvage lévi-straussienne, dont la sauvagerie consistait d'abord et avant tout à avoir à peine masqué sous des jeux de logique et de mouvements signifiants la domination d'un ordre phallique rigoureusement straight, pour le dire cette fois-ci avec Monique Wittig. Autrement dit, l'impensé premier de la pensée de l'inconscient et de la structure, c'est que ces pensées de l'inconscient et de la structure s'attachaient à décrire, tout en le ruinant peut-être, un universel qui restait encore et toujours prisonnier de la métaphysique et de ses conséquences dualistes. Deleuze et Guattari le formulaient déjà très bien. Si Freud a eu le génie de découvrir la libido, ils disent ça dans l'Anti-Édipe, lui et ses successeurs se sont empressés de recouvrir la libido d'une dignité, d'une forme de représentation moïque beaucoup plus acceptable. Cette représentation acceptable passe par la loi du manque, la loi de la castration, la loi de l'Édipe, la négativité du langage où le mot serait le meurtre de la chose. Cette acceptabilité passe aussi par une appréhension du sexuel qui se réduit à 2 et seulement 2 sexes. Cette acceptabilité implique aussi une conception de la métapsychologie et de la psychopathologie où la névrose s'oppose à la psychose, où la paranoïa s'oppose à la schizophrénie, où la névrose hystérique s'oppose à la névrose obsessionnelle. Bref, dans ce contexte, la mathématique psychanalytique peine à trouver le trouble, peine à dépasser le chiffre 3 pour l'Édipe, papa, maman, bébé, 2 pour toutes les oppositions binaires que je viens de citer, et le 1 de l'unité du moi. La législation universalisante, la loi universelle, censée structurer le désir, passe alors par des dimensions si blanches, si hétérocentrées, si normatives et si radicalement anthropocentrées qu'on serait parfois bien tenté de jeter le bébé avec l'eau du bain, c'est-à-dire se débarrasser de la psychanalyse comme pratique issue d'une matrice oppressive, comme discipline normative qui empêcherait les affirmations et les connexions désirantes propres au devenir. A fortiori, s'il s'agit avec l'avènement du post-humain de prendre acte que nous sommes d'abord et avant tout des technocorps, ou des corps cyborgs, beaucoup plus que des êtres maîtres et possesseurs de la raison et du langage, à l'heure des antidépresseurs et des antipsychotiques, n'est-il pas grand temps d'en finir avec le divan, la libre association et la vieille Pythie mystérieuse enturbanée dans son foulard derrière le divan en train de mystérieusement murmurer Peut-être. Peut-être, mais dans le 3e volume de la version italienne, parce que je dois faire un autre coming out, moi depuis toujours je lis Braidotti en traduction, c'est-à-dire que je la lis en italien, because if I switch to English, nobody will understand, so let's keep in French. Dans le 3e volume de la version italienne du post-humain, Il postumano, Femminismo 2023, et hier, Rosi a insisté sur l'importance de l'inconscient et sur les relectures féministes de la psychanalyse. Pour s'opposer à quoi? Pour s'opposer à ce que l'on pourrait appeler le triomphe surmoïque du coach. J'ajouterais en particulier, en tout cas moi c'est celui qui me persécute le plus, le triomphe surmoïque du coach de musculation. Sur les réseaux sociaux, à l'heure du triomphe de la morale de TikTok et d'Instagram, la maxime freudienne s'est inversée. Ce n'est plus « je ne suis pas maître en ma demeure » qui vaut, c'est exactement l'inverse. Just do it. Secoue-toi, prends-toi en main. Qui veut peut. Maîtrise et rentabilise chacune des secondes de ton existence. Et oui, peut-être un jour, tu auras des muscles. J'ai essayé, c'est faux. À l'infini, défilent sur nos écrans des injonctions à normer et à maîtriser nos corps. Or, il me semble que si l'on peut prendre l'appréhension du fait humain par le langage comme une véritable limite anthropocentrée, caractéristique de la psychanalyse freudo-lacanienne, il me semble aussi qu'on peut entendre la psychanalyse et ce branchement du langage sur nos corps d'une autre manière. Ce branchement du langage sur nos corps a eu pour conséquence de dénaturaliser et de débiologiser nos sexualités. Pour Freud, il est important de le rappeler, la normalité sexuelle n'existait pas. Et parmi les aphorismes lacaniens, le célébrissime « il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel » peut être interprété du côté d'un pluralisme des jouissances et pas seulement, comme on le fait traditionnellement, du côté d'une impossible complémentarité entre l'homme et la femme. Je m'explique. Il s'agirait de traduire le « il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel » comme suit. Parce que nous sommes des êtres parlants, ou plutôt, parce que nous sommes des êtres parasités par cette extériorité sociale, historique, familiale, qui passe par des mots, qui passe par des sons, qui passent par des phrases à l'intérieur de nos corps. Quels que soient nos genres, nos races, nos classes et nos désirs, et à chaque fois différemment en fonction de nos genres, nos races, nos classes et nos désirs, nos corps refusent de marcher au pas. Nos corps s'embrouillent, nos corps souffrent et désirent, et nos corps ont le souvenir et de leur souffrance et de leurs désirs. Il ricordo. Nos corps racontent et se racontent des histoires. Ces embrouilles du corps sont toujours à la lisière du naturel et du culturel. Pour Freud, la pulsion était un concept limite. Ce que j'essaie de proposer ici, donc, c'est plutôt qu'un rejet de l'inconscient freudo-lacanien, c'est essayer de saisir comme un des premiers jalons du continuum nature-culture qui traverse les figures du post-humain, la psychanalyse. D'ailleurs, de manière significative, je crois que l'année où Freud a renoncé à l'hypnose pour s'intéresser au rêve, 1895, est l'année où le téléphone avait été installé à son domicile à la Bergstrasse. Je voudrais voir plus qu'une coïncidence dans cet événement. Peut-être fallait-il que ces technologies nouvelles entrent, transforment et connectent le domicile freudien pour que le père de la psychanalyse parvienne à thématiser l'ombilic du rêve. L'ombilic du rêve est l'endroit où l'interprétation et le sens que l'on peut donner à nos vies inconscientes finit par se briser sur la non-nécessité d'aller plus loin. Pour Freud, l'ombilic du rêve, le nombril donc, est un nœud hors sens, un nœud qui nous rattache à l'autre et qui force les interprétations du rêve à se taire. Je voudrais penser que les fils de la ligne téléphonique installée chez Freud ont eu pour effet, dans la prise en compte de la figure de ce nœud charnel hors sens qui nous rattache inextricablement à l'autre. Ce qui prévaut ici, ce n'est plus l'humain, ce n'est plus la différence langagière, mais c'est l'intrication entre corps, langage, altérité et, si on ajoute le téléphone, machine. Je vous donne, et j'arrive vers la fin, 2 vignettes cliniques. À l'heure actuelle, grâce à WhatsApp, parfois, il m'arrive de continuer de suivre en distanciel des analyses en transe, notamment quand ils ont subi une mammectomie. Ils restent chez eux, ils sont en repos, ils ne peuvent pas venir au cabinet. Ces personnes assignées filles à la naissance se genrent au masculin depuis bien avant leur opération et ne se nomment pas hommes. Ils se disent plutôt transmasques, ou plus exactement, elles se disent aussi non-binaires. Elles incarnent à leur manière, je crois, une version de la post-humanité, au corps transformé par la testo, par la chirurgie et par la parole qu'elles déploient avec moi. Ce ne sont plus des hommes, ce ne sont pas des femmes, et à leur manière, elles montrent aussi la vacuité et le manque d'intérêt de certaines catégories qui avaient semblé régir nos corps, nos identités, nos désirs et nos sexualités depuis tant de temps dans l'ombre des cabinets des psychanalystes. Ces sujets sont tous venus me voir avec des problèmes différents, famille, amour, travail, et sans vouloir forcément parler de leur transition. Leur question était tout simplement ailleurs. Pour se mettre au travail de la parole, leur inconscient avait besoin de 2 choses. D'une part, un transfert qui s'établisse en dehors de toute matrice hétérocentrée. Et d'autre part, des interprétations qui s'efforcent de déjouer un phallogocentrisme triomphant. En tant qu'analyste, les livres de Rosi m'aident à quoi? Ils m'aident à acquérir un peu de souplesse mentale, nécessaire pour que mes interprétations ne visent pas la splendeur symbolique phallique toute puissante, la métaphore géniale, l'explication phénoménale, ou pire, le plat silence du Les textes de Rosi m'aident à trouver, à chercher l'ombilic du rêve, comme un réseau où les différentes dimensions de nos existences, à mi-chemin entre technologie, langage et chair, s'entrecroisent. C'est à ce lieu-là qu'il s'agit d'interpréter. L'exemple de mes patients trans est un exemple donc tout à fait joyeux. Mais les histoires post-humaines que j'écoute ne le sont pas toujours, ma chère Rosi. Nos techno-héros prennent parfois des formes de souffrance indomptables et paradoxales. Je pense par exemple au phénomène du chemsex, où l'on assiste là aussi à un mix détonnant de corps et de technologie. Pour celles et ceux qui ne le connaîtraient pas dans la salle, le phénomène consiste à se droguer pour se lancer dans de véritables marathons du sexe, puis à se droguer pour se droguer, le sexe devenant secondaire. Les partenaires se succèdent à l'infini, des substances synthétiques produites en laboratoire aux quatre coins du monde sont servies à domicile grâce à des applications de téléphone portable et aux applications de rencontres. Dans ce contexte, ce qui fait souffrir mes analysants ne relève plus seulement du registre de l'autre signifiant, de l'autre de l'histoire familiale, de l'autre du langage, ou encore d'un éventuel manque d'interdiction ou d'une problématique de refoulement. Leur souffrance et leur addiction relèvent de la dimension inarrêtable du réseau technologique. Nous sommes face à un véritable déferlement de jouissances post-humaines. Je conclus. Avant-hier, dans le journal Le Monde, des psychiatres sonnaient l'alarme. De plus en plus de patients et de patientes traitent leur malaise psychique avant de rencontrer un thérapeute avec l'intelligence artificielle. Discutent avec l'IA. Ce qui entraîne des conduites, selon ces psychiatres, et des comportements désastreux. Prise de risque, suicide, etc. Dépression accrue. Je dirais que le travail d'un clinicien, ça revient à s'interroger sur comment entendre. Comment entendre l'histoire d'une vie, comment entendre l'autre. Comment entendre? La question est simple, la réponse est extrêmement compliquée. Et au-delà de ça, au-delà de comment entendre, comment se constitue le malentendu fondamental de nos parcours? Quelle part de hors-sens, quelle part d'incompréhensible se cache au creux de chacune de nos vies? Le travail de Rosi, mon amour inconditionnel pour chacune de ces lignes, m'aide à croire que je peux continuer à me déboucher les oreilles. Entendre autrement qu'une intelligence artificielle, toujours prête à donner un conseil, toujours prête à savoir quoi faire à la place de l'autre, toujours prête à vous dire comment avancer. Rosi, elle, pousse à entendre les sonorités multiples qui constituent nos vies et nos inconscients. Je crois que l'enjeu, c'est de parvenir à cerner un peu du hors-sens au cœur même de chacune de nos trajectoires, même quand leur joie semble parfois des plus désespérées. Je vous remercie.
Propose that each participant has 20 minutes for your paper, and at the end we can have a space of question-answer slot. So the second participant is Yuchen Cheng, Astro-Post-Human Temporality on the Time Continuum and Becoming Cosmos. So you have the floor, 20 minutes. Thank you.
Bonjour, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yuchen Zheng from National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan. As a postgraduate student, I'm very honored that I can come to the wonderful conferences and share my research and thought with all the professors, scholars, and attendants. My title is Astro-Post-Human Temporality on the Time Continuum and the Becoming Customer. So please, next slide. So let's step into introductory pages. Oh, thank you so much. So the paper aiming to explore how the post-humanist Rosi trilogy of the post-humanology, and the post-human feminism convergence into a new categoric across the philosophy of the time and cosmology in the post-human philosophy, which unfolding like a multi-scalars diffraction methodologically against the humanistic linearity and anthropocentric coast chronologies. Reflectively, her critical approach in Eastern and Eastern repudiates on the European colonization of the how we can depict the idea of the man from the time of Leonardo da Vinci to Darwin, which influences the modern autonomy and the evolutionary theorists. Rethinking and affirmative rationalities and intersubjectivities between the human and non-humans. From the revaluation of Bertolti's early work, she articulated the party of the planetary. For instance, she delineated the concept of the quote, becoming Earth, end quote, from the post-human and a quote, becoming world, end quote, from the after cosmopolitanism, in which she foregrounding our embodied and embedded entity in the ecology of the Earth and community of the multiple form of life, while the framework is keeping evolving and generating beyond the sphere of the Earth, reassisting her middle and recent work such as like post-human knowledge and post-human feminism. She's the consistent in its expansion to the touch for like multi-scalars, the entanglement toward the cosmology and the philosophy of the time from the angle of the post-human condition. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, point this way. Thank you so much. It's done. Oh, okay. So, in the paper, I propose the extra post-human temporality and the becoming customer as a new terms in the Bertolti post-human theory to a trajectory to speculate time and customer, which is the anchor in what Bertolti highlights as the quote, time continuum is the end quote, and the quote, the post-human person end quote, to visualize the temporal landscape of the non-linearity from the post-humanology. I argue that the post-human convergency can accommodate temporal scheme and logic that defines human-centered chronology. So in the first section, let me take us deeper into what is becoming Earth and the becoming world, to how the two concepts present a party of the planetary. So Bertolti post-humanism formulating a methodologically critiques by the anthropocentrism and situating the human encompasses by the sphere of the plant. In the post-human, Bertolti proposed the quote, the post-anthropocentrical shape to a planetary, geocentric perspective, end quote, as a stage of the transition to a quote, altogether different schemes, end quote. The geopolitical awareness involving trans-species the concern in the transnational situation, which dismantle the surprised legitimacy of the human exceptionalism and reconstruct the care of the multiple subject and the form of life as the core. A transversal entity encompasses the human, our genetic member, the animal, and the earth as a whole, end quote. The essential articulation conceptualizing the polity of the planetary, which is the Bertolti who mentioned, quote, the becoming Earth, end quote, in a post-human convergency. The term is inspired by the Lucian-Guattarian philosophy for notion of becoming, signify trajectory of the post-human subjectivity as the becoming animal, becoming machine, and becoming Earth. The becoming Earth addressed the problem from the issue of the environmental to social sustainability to push into a spotlight, which is the ecological ethic from the crisis of the climate change. From the point of view, the becoming Earth redistributed the span of the intermediacy as the Bertolti elaborate quote, our middle and common ground, end quote, for resetting unequal hierarchies between the human and non-human. The concept introduced as a center which symbolizes gigantoized reconstructions for separates and isolated relationship amongst the human, animal, and our environment, to rethinking about the demonstration of the critical post-human and its possibility in the becoming Earth. So complement this ecological standpoint is informatic statisticians Dan Minro and Berardi, who present the concept of a core becoming world anchor, published is the 2013, in which the significant essay included by the after cosmopolitanism. And the essay was published in the same years as the Berardi publication for the revolutionary work of the posthumans. In the essay, Berardi expanded the idea of a planetary to the global schemes in the form of a political and ethical register. She articulated that the classicalism and its historicity from the cosmopolitanism has to undergo a radical mutation, by cutting its light to nomadic new liberals individualism and the reconsidered and immanent of the structural relationality . In this viewpoint, becoming will present a process of what she delineated as the an ethic political relation model of the planetary interaction . As the co-editor in the eclectic essay and Berardi's delineate the cosmopolitanism, reminding a solidarity only by transforming the cosmopolitical situation embedded in our like solidarities only by the surrounding and the planetary interaction . The process of co-wording is a reason why Berardi so much want to talk about and call for the sort of the becoming world. The term signifies a paradox shift against the hierarchical universalism to worldviews of the coexistent planetary responsibility and the interconnectivity. It is an affirmative response to the challenge of our time, immersed in the situation of the globalization and transnationalism. And the provocation is a rather than a timeless and planless perspective, but recognition for the fragile planets and vulnerable corporality with the devised neighbors and the species in the cosmopolitan ethic. The planetary paranoia decenter the human not only in the satietyness of our species, but also the outer importance of the location and the culture in the becoming world. Enhance a form of wording in the individualistic and post-human condition. So next section, I will present how Berardi post-human theory not only focuses on the spectral orientation, but also temporary phenomena for generated post-human convergency. If Berardi early will establish a new transversality across the scheme for the concerning with the party for planetary in the post-human convergency, Hermidor's work reforming the significance of the time from the post-human theory standpoint. In the post-humanology, Berardi concerned the temporality in the post-human methodologies, which is the post-human present . The concept of a present is important in the post-human condition because the post-human present isn't here and now , but becoming encompasses with the human and non-human entity. As she delineates the force of the present, such synchronization is never complete because it is the new materialist Valtan system. All human and non-human entity are transversal subject in process in a perpetual motion immanent to the vitality of the self-ordering in a relational manner . The temporality of the present doesn't obey the closed chronology circulated in the sequence of the past, present, and future. Berardi utilizes the Deleuze-Guattarian approach to recognize temporality as a transversality from the virtual to ethic. The past isn't turned to the nothingness or death. The past are shuttering and living in the activity, which is the tool that reconnected to the present and the future. The concept of a co-concurrence is the necessity to construct post-humanology to understanding the perceptionality of the core. the process ontology of the becoming end quote, as a Berardi nan quote time continuum end quote in a post-human present. The time continues unfolding with the quote, the multi-factor fixed and the multi-directional effect end quote in the virtual, and the status that contains the quote, what we can cast to be and what we are in the process of becoming end quote. In Berardi, who use italicized in order to mention the time continuum, which is not a homogeneous but heterogenetic related future to coming. The parallel of the past and the future unveiling the revelation of a dialectic logic in the inner concept of a temporalities. Berardi articulate a time continuum beyond the binarity of the extinction and the survival in the post-human condition, which affirming quote, immanent relation of the end/end end quote. In the temporal logic, because the lay isn't the static of the being, but becoming. In the multi-trajectories logics and entangled with the 1,000 plant. In the epistemology of the temporality, the time continuous represent the products in the actual unfolding by quote, past and the virtuous future in intermerged end quote, to construct the knowledge of the self in the plan of an immanence, the transversalities. When the question turned to what the relation connect to the concept of becoming and temporalities, Berardi mentioned the post-human knowledge is to uncover an affirmative method to search and quote, the merging of the expression of a unrealized possibility like the missing people, end quote, to reshaping the supremacy of the quote, humanism and ever-presentrism, end quote. Regarding the grounding assumption of a human, the ever-present is the crucial point to consider how human behavior changing the whole ecosystem related relational between the extinction and the over-explore of the human on the earth related to our definition of the time. The sense of the time in the post-human condition echoes the scheme of the ever-present to revalue the unification of the human being as the baseline of the time. When humans starting self-reflexivity from the past and construct the present to the future, resisting the unified being of the human in the transition of the humanism as core, we become post-human and core in Berardi emphasizing. In the next section, we will see the genealogy of a Berardi post-human theory standpoint and its diverse concern and care for the party of planetary to customer. In the 2022, Berardi post-human feminism unfolding as speculated intersectionality between the post-human philosophy and feminist theory, emphasizing transnational concern from the party of the planetary and turn to engagement with the cosmos. The marker represents the process of a self-reflexivity for the trajectory of the approach no longer gravitated to the Earth, but an undiscovering orientation to a cosmos political concern, like philosophical cosmologies do within a post-human thought. The advance of the methodology for post-human philosophy has visualized life from the Berardi mention of the becoming Earth and the becoming world to the becoming customer. World as the becoming world concerning transnation and conflict and non-human atoms interrelationality on the Earth. The becoming customer is referring to as the co-wording assemblage on the constructions that encompasses non-terrestrial space to the interstellar sphere in the dark. Notably, she allies the post-human feminism with the interdisciplinary approaching, such as the ecology and cosmology, to engage to explore the entanglement of the human and non-human entity. For instance, Berardi drove the link Margaret's the microbiology and its critiques from the Burroughs the Clark's the assistant in the post-human feminism. Clark concerned with the cross-field integration of the life process with the sphere of the planetary and the environment. But artists explore the version of the post-ever-centrism from the wholeness of the plant and the customer in the post-human times. Society the Clarks are underscored of the migrants thought in which the quote. Gaia theory is the thoroughly ecosystem in its interpretations of the life with the planetary and the customer environment, end quote. From this perspective, the Earth is not a self-isolated system, but a nasty web waving by the being part of a larger system across the solar system, and even ultimately the customers. As the Bernoulli delineated that quote, the planet emerged of the microbeast network in co-evolution of the life altogether with a part of the Earth reaching by living process of and the solar radiation in our neighborhoods of the customer, end quote. The distinct picture of the quote, the planetary emerged of the microbeast network, end quote, is spanned from the Earth to our customer, suggesting the continuous interweaving of the life and non-life from the microbiological and extra-physical entity. From the Bernoulli illustration, the customer is not a voice band, but a vital minimum entangled by living process and non-living force. Moreover, there is another significant point signifying Bernoulli philosophical and cosmological thought to reflect and dynamic operas to represent the categoric of a becoming customer, which is the intersections engagement with the speculative imagination and feminist futurism. From the chapter 7, Bernoulli entitled, quote, Wanting Out, end quote, to implicate the light of a fire and dividing the gravitation from the Earth to the customer. She affirmed the decolonial standpoint and recognized Afrofuturist inventions and quote, escape from the planet Earth, end quote, to emancipate from the racist, colonialist, and terrorist world. However, there's a subtitle in the chapter called, quote, Intergalactic Feminism, end quote. Revivalist astronomy feminism intersect with the post-human speculation. As she advocates that the post-human feminism quote cultivates the longing and care for the multiple of the interstellar and the extraterrestrial host and all sort of the non-human entity, end quote. In the time of an ecological parallel crisis, post-human feminism tries to find a dream of a way out. But it is not the sense of abundance of planets and fall into the escapist snatched, but taking expedition to searching the horizontal of the hope with the alternative way of living. As a Bernoulli articulated that this the quote, subverts the feminist light is the post-human in both spirit and inspiration as is the offer for reaching political transformation that encompasses the all of the humanity, end quote. The transformation implies a speculative, quote, intergalactical future, end quote, wherein the new form of justice and the inside out of a present-day trajectory androcentrism and patriarchalism. There is the sarcastic feminist and post-human standpoint for Bernoulli who used, quote, life on the moon or Mars has to be better than daily existence on the terrestrial hierarchies and patriarchy. So, however, still the argument directly amplifies the speculative formulation that leading me to introduce the terms the extra post-human temporality, a term referred to the mode of the time consciousness, then focusing on the theoretical perspective between the post-human philosophy and the cosmological scheme of the time. Rooting in the Bernoulli thought is invention the time lies of the becoming customer in the post-human condition is expand beyond the earth present across in deep time and ultra span. Extra post-human temporality rebellion in the code from the Bernoulli who emphasized the time continuum diffusing the order of the standard time from the mechanistic chronology, such as the straight sequence of the past, present, and the future, or heterotemporalities normative by the patriarchalism. It suggests a combination of the cosmological terms and its the temporalities in the post-human condition. Practically, extra post-human temporality represents a conceptual methodology of the post-human present with the multi-scalars not just on the Earth, but cosmic time scheme with the evolutionary and geological tie to list the unnamed ties. Her invocation of the post-human feminism unfolding extra post-human temporality to unknown futuralities to reflect the terrestrial landscape and its virtuous possibilities, consolidating an affirmative and authentic trajectory to searching the party of the time in the process of becoming customer. So conclusively, reciprocity post-human philosophy produces a foundation for the span of reflecting from the becoming Earth and becoming world to the significance of the temporality and our galaxy between human and non-human subject beyond the limitation of the anthropocentrism. Her insight inspired my reflexivity and creating motivation to propose the becoming customer and extra post-human temporality as a new turn in order to form the broadly post-human epistemology intersect between the philosophical cosmology and the philosophy of the time. Broadly post-human philosophy contributes in the multi-post trajectory to introspect where we live, when we stand, and who we are in the post-human times, signifies the affirmative party of the time and rethinking the planetary, not only the Earth, but customer, decentering anthropocentric logic to embrace the continuing becoming and different moment of being and not being, like Virginia Woolf say, the moment of being and not being. In extra post-human temporality, as the Brodati articulates, quote, "We are all in this together, but we are not once and descent in the post-humanology." So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. So let's move from intergalactic perspectives to Armando Zacharias, écho pluriversel, le côté décolonial de Rosi Braidotti. Merci.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Et avant tout, un grand merci pour cet espace et pour le moment de pouvoir partager un peu sur comment la pensée de Rosi Braidotti a influencé ma pratique et mes recherches. Donc je vais présenter plutôt une série de réflexions qui émanent de cette influence de Rosi Braidotti et dans mes recherches. Comment ça marche? Voilà. Et notamment l'influence qu'elle a eue dans le développement de ma thèse doctorale qui s'intitule « Exploration poétique du corps Wirrarika, tissage pluriversel ». Donc le terme Wirrarika, c'est le nom d'une nation autochtone dans le nord-ouest du Mexique, pays d'où je suis originaire. Et ils sont connus pour la défense territoriale, pour la défense de leur souveraineté et aussi pour la création des tableaux en fil de laine avec de la cire d'abeille et pour la pratique des rituels ancestraux. Et donc dans cette thèse, je prends au sérieux une invitation que Rosi Braidotti développe ou qui fait dans le livre El Conocimiento Posthumano. Moi, je peux dire que j'ai lu Braidotti en espagnol. Et dans ce livre, Braidotti nous invite à apprendre respectueusement des plus anciens gardiens de la Terre. Et c'est ce que j'essaye de faire dans ce travail, c'est de mettre en tension, en dialogue, dans un tissage, les concepts et les pratiques du peuple Wirrarika avec les concepts du posthumanisme critique, et notamment de la pensée de Braidotti. Et comment cet exercice, et quel type de plasticité, c'est une recherche-création, quel type de plasticité peut émaner, résulter de cet exercice. Et comment cet exercice aussi peut affecter ou influencer des concepts que l'on considère comme universels tels que corps, art ou nature. Et donc dans ce projet de Braidotti, elle se soucie de questionner, de critiquer la prétention de l'universalisme de la tradition occidentale. Et donc c'est là qu'elle mobilise la question du perspectivisme. Et qui a toute une histoire en Occident, mais il y a aussi la proposition développée par Eduardo Viveiros de Castro comme une ontologie propre aux peuples amérindiens. Et c'est ce terme qui me soucie un peu, parce que ça semblerait un peu homogénéiser une pluralité de pratiques qui souvent sont différentes les unes des autres. Et donc c'est pour ça que je préfère la notion de pluriverse qu'après je vais développer. J'aimerais aussi faire un distinguo vis-à-vis du concept de multiversalisme que j'ai vu récemment circuler dans les circuits intellectuels francophones. C'est un concept qui nous invite à imaginer d'autres mondes pour penser autrement notre monde et qui repose sur la spéculation de la science-fiction. Et ce qui me dérange dans ces concepts, c'est que déjà, il omet tout le travail qui a été fait par des intellectuels du Sud global, notamment Davi Ayala, le nom qu'on préfère donner à Amérique, parce que c'est très problématique. Et je pense notamment à César Carrillo Trueba, à Arturo Escobar ou à la philosophe mexicaine Ángeles Eraña, qui nous montre l'importance pour le projet du pluriverse de penser les ontologies relationnelles. Et il y a une autre chose qui me dérange aussi dans le concept de multiversalisme, c'est que ça repose aussi sur la spéculation, tandis que la notion de pluriverse part aussi à partir de luttes concrètes des peuples du Sud. Et l'intellectuelle et militante pour les droits linguistiques de la nation Mixe, dans le sud du Mexique, s'est aussi intéressée à cette question-là lorsqu'elle nous le dit de cette manière. Tous les systèmes de production de connaissances ne relèvent pas de la science, tous les mouvements des femmes ne relèvent pas du féminisme et toutes les manifestations poétiques ne relèvent pas de la littérature. Pour elle, il est important de replacer la tradition occidentale dans la multiplicité du monde, une chose parmi d'autres. Et sans doute, ce qui synthétise le mieux la notion de pluriverse, c'est la lutte zapatiste pour construire un monde où plusieurs mondes coexistent. Et il faut faire aussi clarifier une chose, le pluriverse ne s'agit pas d'un catalogue bien défini, des mondes bien définis et bien délimités. Il s'agit de comprendre leur dynamisme face à l'histoire coloniale. Et il s'agit aussi d'abord de subvertir l'universalisme de l'Occident et de comprendre aussi les luttes de chacun des peuples, c'est-à-dire de comprendre aussi leur droit à l'autodétermination territoriale, linguistique, épistémique, et ainsi de suite. Je sais que ce projet peut sembler un peu, le projet du pluriverse peut sembler un peu utopique. Cependant, comme le dit la chanson d'Anna Tijoux avec Shadia Mansour, esto no es utopía, es alegre rebeldía. Et dans le cas de ma thèse, par exemple, je ne voulais pas être anthropologue, je ne suis pas anthropologue et je ne prétends pas de l'être. Et pour moi, il ne s'agissait pas de prendre une théorie anthropologique occidentale pour étudier les viralitari. Pour moi, les viralitari et les nations autochtones du Sud global ne sont pas des objets d'étude. Pour moi, ce sont des experts. Et donc, j'ai pris au sérieux ce qu'ils me disaient, par exemple, de leur tradition. Et j'ai pris comme modèle méthodologique un objet de la culture wirrárica qui s'appelle Tsikuri. C'est un losange construit en 2 bâtons tissé avec de la laine. Et cet objet est d'abord sa construction rituelle en tant qu'offrande, etc., est liée à la question du corps. Et je dis entre guillemets corps parce que le terme n'existait pas non plus en wirrárica. Et donc c'est connecté à la question de la corporalité, de la matérialité corporelle. Et cet objet est aussi lié à la question territoriale. Si l'on prend une carte, on verra que les 5 sites sacrés des viralitari forment un losange. Donc cet objet est polysémique d'une certaine manière. Et donc cet objet m'a permis un peu de cartographier les concepts que je voulais mettre en tension, ainsi que le plan de ma thèse. Donc mon plan, il n'est pas linéaire, il est peut-être pas rhizomatique, mais sicurien, on va dire. Et bon, je veux revenir à la discussion que je vous soulevais aujourd'hui, parce que, alors, j'ai une impression, en France surtout, et peut-être Braidotti pourra nous dire si elle partage cette impression ou si c'est juste un délire personnel, mais j'ai l'impression que la pensée de Braidotti circule assez peu dans les contextes français. Et ça me soucie beaucoup, parce que je cherchais partout ces livres ici, et heureusement, je lis en espagnol, et je l'ai trouvé dans l'éditorial, j'ai dit ça en Espagne. Et j'ai aussi une idée, une petite hypothèse de pourquoi c'est comme ça en France. Et je pense que c'est lié à la question de l'humanisme, déjà à la question de la critique frontale que Braidotti lance à l'égard de l'humanisme, mais aussi à l'élan décolonial que l'on retrouve souvent dans cette critique de Braidotti. Et je vais développer cette idée, parce que j'ai collecté une série de textes écrits par des Français, où ils parlent de la question du cyborg ou du post-humain. Mon premier constat, c'est que quand ils veulent parler de post-humain, le livre intitulé « Des post-humains » n'est pas cité. Et il y a aussi un autre constat, c'est que la question du cyborg de post-humain et de transhumanisme et on fait une sorte d'amalgame. Alors, je suis d'accord qu'il y a tout à critiquer dans le transhumanisme, mais ce que je trouve problématique, c'est que cette critique se fasse au nom de l'humanisme et au nom d'une mélancolie du corps, comme si le corps était quelque chose de pur ou inammuable. Et c'est ça que je retrouve dans ce texte. Un autre concept qui pour moi dévoile ce biais humaniste, c'est le concept du cyborg. Et le texte de David Le Breton, par exemple, présente la notion. Je trouve que c'est une lecture pas très juste du cyborg de Donna Haraway, parce qu'il le présente comme une figure technomessianique qui relèverait du fantasme d'élimination du corps. Déjà, je ne pense pas que ce soit le cas de Donna Haraway, et beaucoup moins de la pensée de Rosi Braidotti, qui se soucie de la condition incarnée du sujet nomade, et aussi de la matérialité du corps. Et lorsqu'elle nous dit dans son livre Métamorphosis qu'en fait la matérialité du corps fait exploser l'humanisme dans la propre peau. Et ça, c'est une citation qui m'a vraiment beaucoup marqué. Et pour la question du cyborg, Braidotti ajoute aussi une autre lecture, quand elle nous dit que les brouillages de frontières entre humains et machines se trouvent à tous les niveaux de la société, tant dans la finance, les télécommunications, la guerre. Et configuration ou comme cartographie, le cyborg évoque, tant comme le dit le triomphe de Terminator de Schwarzenegger, comme les corps fragiles des travailleurs, des ouvriers, dont la sueur est le carburant de la révolution technologique. Et c'est ça qui me soucie chez les techno-alarmistes, c'est qu'ils se soucient tellement de ce que la technologie fait au corps, mais ils ne se soucient pas de ça, et de l'extractivisme nécessaire pour le développement technologique, comme des déchets numériques que Rosi Braidotti dénonce à plusieurs reprises et que je ne peux que saluer. Voilà, ça c'est une image par exemple d'un extractivisme minier au Mexique. Et, donc ça c'est pour le côté, l'élan décolonial de Rosi Braidotti que je retrouve. Et j'ai d'autres deux exemples. Et le premier, c'est Julia Boutelja, une militante décoloniale qui est souvent criminalisée et attaquée de manière très obscène parfois. Et l'exemple aussi de Judith Butler, qui a été invitée pour donner une conférence sur l'antisionisme il y a 12 ans, et la mairie de Paris l'a censurée. Et sous prétexte que Julia Boutelja était impliquée dans l'organisation de cet événement. C'est un peu risible, mais c'est comme ça. Et en fait, pour moi, c'est drôle de voir comment... Enfin, non, c'est pas drôle, mais intéressant de voir comment Judith Butler est la bienvenue lorsqu'il s'agit de parler de genre, mais elle est persona non grata lorsqu'il s'agit de parler d'anticolonialisme. Donc voilà un peu la réflexion que je voulais partager sur la question décoloniale. Et j'aimerais passer aussi à une autre chose, qui est un rapport à l'art, vu que j'ai fait une thèse en recherche-création, parce que je constate aussi, par le biais de ces textes de Walter Mignolo, de Tiziano Escobar et de Larry Schinner, que le concept d'art est loin d'être universel aussi. Il n'y a pas de concept de traduction équivalente dans la langue wixárika, et ça me semble aussi important à le souligner. Et que on va voir avec ces auteurs-là que la question de l'art se formalise avec l'esthétique, et tout le système qui vient avec va se déployer d'une manière classiste, raciste et sexiste. Mais ce qui m'intéresse là, c'est plutôt la division que ce concept a provoqué, la division entre art majeur et art mineur. Et que pendant longtemps, les pratiques des peuples autochtones, des peuples du Sud, la pratique d'une culture populaire a été reléguée à la catégorie d'art mineur. Et c'est le cas des viralitari. Et ça a été relégué au nom de la raison, de la rationalité, dans de la superstition, ainsi de suite. Et c'est là que j'aimerais rentrer dans une autre discussion qui intéresse aussi la pensée de Braidotti, que c'est la discussion sur le tournant post-séculier. Et j'aimerais lancer la question telle qu'elle, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas la possibilité de penser la question de la transcendance autrement, plutôt que de rester, pourquoi rester dans un dualisme entre immanence et transcendance, et pourquoi pas penser autrement la transcendance. Et pourquoi je pose cette question-là? C'est que lors de mes séjours avec les Viralitari et mes apprentissages avec eux, et avec elles, alors, je vais mettre un contexte plutôt. Beaucoup de la littérature anthropologique sur les viralitari insinue ou suggère, surtout faite par les anthropologues occidentaux, qu'ils sont dualistes et ils tombent dans les pieds animistes. Cependant, plus je partageais du temps avec eux, plus je voyais une autre chose. l'anthropologue Héctor Medina, il est mexicain, il nous raconte par exemple comment à plusieurs reprises, il a entendu dire par les Wirraritari qu'au début, on était tous la même chose. Et ça me fait penser aussi à un jour quand j'étais avec Cecilia Carrillo, cette femme Wirrarica qui est mon amie, militante pour les droits des Wirraritari, et aussi apprentie du chemin du Maracame, ou chaman, problème, aussi un autre terme problématique. Et elle m'a dit une fois, tu sais, je pense que nous sommes comme les maïs, et chacun est un grain dans une grande épi. Et à l'intérieur de ma tête, quand elle m'a dit ça, j'ai un peu explosé, parce que de l'autre côté de mon cerveau, j'écoutais Rosi Braidotti quand elle nous dit « We are not one and the same, but we are in this together ». Et je pense que, ce que les anthropologues disent des Wirraritari relève plus du biais des anthropologues que d'une réalité ontologique wirrarica. Voilà. Et que ça, avec eux, j'ai vu l'importance des manifestations culturelles qui se passent dans la communauté, les danses, les chants, etc., et comment ça relève aussi de leur spiritualité. Et c'est pourquoi je lance la question sur la transcendance, parce que plus je vois leur rituel, plus je trouve que leur transcendance, voilà, cette sorte de sacralité qu'ils sont, se trouve plus dans la relationnalité matérielle et pas ancrée dans un monde autre comme les adeptes du chamanisme nous font penser. Et quand je vois aussi ces manifestations, je vois aussi une sorte de monde enchanté. Par exemple, lorsqu'on danse et qu'il faut que la terre danse, et c'est pour ça qu'il faut taper dur au sol pour que la terre danse avec nous. La deuxième image, ce ne sont pas des Wirraritari, mais ce sont des Mexicains, entre guillemets, métis, qui dansent, et d'un coup, il commence à pleuvoir, et il y a des coups d'électricité, et je trouve ça, comment on peut danser et que le ciel nous répond. Il y a quelque chose d'une sorte de magie néo-matérialiste en termes de Karen Barat, par exemple, qui se passe là. Et je ne sais pas si ça marche. Et ces manifestations qui se passent dans la rue, qui se passent à la communauté, c'est une autre chose que je ne retrouve pas en France. Et je pense que la discussion sur le tournant post-séculier peut s'intéresser aussi à faire un diagnostic de pourquoi on est dans un moment séculier. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai mis l'image du livre de Jérémy Piola, qu'après, il y aura Julia Boutelja notamment aussi qui va donner une autre lecture sur le fait que comment ça se fait qu'il n'y a plus de manifestations culturelles et populaires ici. Et pour elle et pour Jérémy Piola, ça va être une espèce d'échange que le colonialisme va agencer. C'est-à-dire que les classes ouvrières blanches vont se déposséder eux-mêmes en échange de la blanchité. Et la blanchité qui n'est pas son identité, n'est pas son transcendance, n'est pas son immanence, n'est pas son tradition, c'est une catégorie politique dans une société qui hiérarchise les races. Voilà. Et c'est pour ça aussi que j'ai mis l'image de Simone Weil, parce que je trouve, il y a aussi dans les textes sur la post-secularity de Rosi Braidotti un rejet, par exemple, sur la question du théisme. Et je pense que pourquoi pas revenir sur des figures comme Simone Weil, qui il y a 100 ans nous présentait ses livres L'enracinement, et elle constatait déjà comment les classes ouvrières blanches se déracinaient. Et je trouve que c'est intéressant aussi à voir comment elle vivait sa foi chrétienne, qui était intimement liée à la lutte ouvrière, par exemple. Et dans cette même ligne, j'aimerais évoquer aussi la question, il y a ce rejet au théisme comme grille de lecture que je partage, mais je considère qu'il ne faut pas non plus le rejeter d'emblée et comprendre la pluralité des manifestations du théisme aujourd'hui. Par exemple, la théologie de la libération. Pendant les années 60 et 70, c'était très important, au moins en Amérique latine, au point où les États-Unis, avec la CIA, on a investi des millions et millions de dollars pour déployer des sectes évangélistes qui ont une vision plus individualiste de la religion, alors que la théologie de la libération, il s'agit d'un projet de comprendre la foi chrétienne à partir du bas, à partir des pauvres et des plus opprimés. Et c'est une autre raison pour laquelle je pense que le théisme devrait être aussi pris en compte, c'est la question de l'islam aujourd'hui en Europe, dans une Europe qui se dévoile de plus en plus cyniquement islamophobe. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai mis cette image, c'est le dernier numéro de la revue Nous. C'est la revue des décoloniaux français qui s'intéresse aussi à cette question post-séculière et que je trouve que c'est un terrain fécond aussi à créer, comme Rosi Braidotti le disait hier, à créer, établir des alliances. Voilà. Non, je me trompe à chaque fois. Il y a un autre élément que j'aimerais comprendre dans le tournant post-séculier, c'est la question du New Age. Parce que pour moi, ça relève de cette industrie of happiness hyper toxique. L'industrie d'une joie hyper toxique qui... c'est fatigant. Pour moi, ça relève de... Je vois à chaque fois les Occidentaux passer au Mexique, rester... et en fait, comme s'ils fouissaient une sorte d'Occident désenchanté, ils cherchent des expériences mystiques transcendantales, ce qui est super problématique. Et que le problème, c'est qu'ils le cherchent dans les plantes, dans les psychédéliques. Et les plantes, par exemple le peyote, pour les Wirraritari, ce n'est pas un psychédélique, c'est un maître, c'est un ancêtre. Et c'est ça que les psychédélistes ne comprennent pas, par exemple. Et que dans cette recherche de spiritualité, ils ne se rendent pas compte, et elles ne se rendent pas compte, les logiques coloniales qu'ils reproduisent, en fait. Parce que, par exemple, le peyote, c'est la petite plante que la fille a dans la main. Et elle a un risque d'extinction parce qu'il y a un marché, il y a du trafic de cette plante. Et donc voilà, j'aimerais aussi soulever cette question parce que je la considère importante et parce qu'il y a de l'extractivisme épistémique, il y a de l'extractivisme des ressources et finalement ça fait partie d'une recherche spirituelle contemporaine que elle ne doit pas être bonne, elle ne doit pas être positive ou affirmative, mais elle est toxique et elle est là. Et c'est toujours la même chose. Voilà. Donc, je vais commencer par conclure sur le fait, l'importance que je retrouve dans la pensée de Rosi Braidotti quand elle critique le sujet central de l'humanisme européen, de l'humanisme occidental. Et qu'elle nous dévoile que ce sujet, c'est l'homme blanc viriliste. Et qu'est-ce que l'Occident si ce n'est qu'une parabole de cet homme blanc viriliste, comme le dit Horia Botelja, appuyé du philosophe mexicain Enrique Dussel. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ces questions sont beaucoup plus fondamentales lorsqu'on regarde en live streaming la déshumanisation entière des peuples entiers. S'il y a une dystopie à la technologie, c'est la dystopie du rêve eugéniste de la Silicon Valley. Mais pour moi, une autre dystopie que l'on vit aujourd'hui, c'est de voir un génocide sur nos portables en live streaming. Et donc, ça fait partie de cette réalité aujourd'hui. Et voilà, je voulais juste finir par évoquer à nouveau la chanson de Anna Tijoux avec Shadia Mansour, juste pour dire « Yo te quiero libre, Palestina ». Merci.
Merci beaucoup Armando et de nous rappeler que le génocide est encore en cours. Et donc, let's move to the last paper of the panel. Paulina Bronfman, Rivers as Legal Subjects, Post-Human Feminist Perspectives on Law, Rights and Justice.
Thank you. Hi, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much. My paper is called Water and Rivers as Legal Subject, Post-Human Feminist Perspective on Law, Right and Justice. But more than a paper, it's actually a conversation, an ongoing conversation with my friend, the Uruguayan lawyer Maria Costa, when unfortunately is not here, that started during Rosi Braidotti's summer school last year in Utrecht, an open space for shared reflection on law, ecology, and life experience. This conversation did not end there, but continued through the research and artistic process of developing the documentary Waves, moving between dialogues, learning, and creative practice. The presentation grew as an exploration on how legal theory, everyday experience, and filmmaking can inform and reshapes one another. These presentations invite us to follow waters. It explores how waters and rivers can be recognized as legal subjects and what this means for law and justice, when we move beyond human-centered thinking, rather than treating water as a resource to be managed, its approach it as a relational subject that connects bodies, territories, and ecosystems. This conversation belongs within the WAVE project, which began as a part of a Marie Curie postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Portsmouth, in close collaboration with the School of Film, Media, and Creative Technologies. One of the distinctive features of this fellowship is the opportunity to learn a new methodology. And for this project, that means learning how to make film. Coming from a background on theater studies and later in social science, the desire to learn documentary filmmaking grew from a simple question: how could research travel beyond academic text and reach people through images, sound, and stories? As WAVE developed, filmmaking became not just a tool for dissemination, but a way of thinking and researching with women activists in Chile, in coastal and maritime sacrifice zones, allowing care, embodiment, and environmental harms to be explored and lived experience rather than abstract concept. To the heaven. Thank you. What? This one. Thank you. So, this is our case study, and the concept of sacrifice zone is originally developed to describe territories of environmental degradation for economic gains that has been widely applied to analyze industrial pollution and health impact. In Chile, Quintero Puchuncaví is an example of this condition. However, existing research has largely overlooked its character as a maritime sacrifice zone, where contamination circulates through interconnected systems of seawater, groundwater, earth, and bodies. Even less attention has been given to women situated in relationship with waters, both fresh and salt, as a material and symbolic site of life, care, and political action. In this context, collectives such the group of activists Women on Sacrifice Zone articulate form of resistance grounded in an ethic of care and affirmative biopolitics. Here we go. In conversation with my friend Maria during Rosi's summer school, we reflect on the limit of existing legal framework in addressing water and rivers, particularly in the context of environmental sacrifice zone in Latin America, from which the given question of this presentation emerges. What happens to law when the legal subject is no longer exclusively human and no longer territorially bounded? While the recognition of river as legal subject offers a crucial entry point to this post-human legal thought, we argue that contemporary ecological arms, particularly in maritime and coastal sacrifice zones, require a further conceptual shift from rivers as individual legal subject to water as a relational juridical subject. This framework allows us to move quickly for positionality to avoid the critique on anthropocentric law. International law is in a turning point. As climate breakdown and ecological harm accumulate, students' central and territorial logic increasingly struggle to respond to a deeply interconnected planet. At the same time, environmental law has become a space of experimentation, shaping by voices, especially from the global south, indigenous people, and frontline communities already given with irreversible damage. Initiatives such as the Climate Adversary Process before International Court of Justice reflect both the limit of existing legal tools and the need to imagine new ones. In the front of this moment of tension, that we turn to the work of Emily Jones and Rosi Braidotis, who help us to think differently about law, about water, our life and responsibilities. Emily Jones' work on post-human law, highlighting key paradox. Although international law is formally no human, center of state and institution, it remains deeply anthropocentric and how it understands value, agency, and responsibility. Legal categories do not simply regulate reality, they actively shape what and how can appear as legal subject. Which form of life are made visible and which are count as legally relevant. This is very important for our case. In this way, anthropocentric operate as a legal technology that helps normalize sacrifice zones where environmental and bodily harm are treated as acceptable damage. Environmental law become a crucial site of critique because it exposes the limit of this framework, forcing the law to control materiality, vulnerability, and ecological interdependence, and opening space for post-human legal imaginaries. Braidotis' post-human feminist theory shifts the focus from who can be legal subject to how subjectivity itself is understood in law. Liberal legal frameworks tend to imagine subjects as autonomous, bonded, and separate from ecological and material relationships. By contrast, post-human feminists understand subjectivity as relational, distributed, and grounded independently. From this perspective, river or ecosystems cannot simply be added to existing legal category. Rather, legal subjectivity itself must be reconsidered to reflect vulnerability, ecological connection, and shared responsibility in the interconnected world. The reconnection of river as legal subject would represent decisive rupture with anthropocentric legal framework. The first and most commonly mentioned example is the Wanganui River in New Zealand. Recognized as a legal person in 2017, this was the first time a river was granted legal personality through legislation. Essentially, this recognition is grounded in its Maori ontology and is encapsulated in the principle, I am the river, and the river is me. Here, the river is understood not as property or resources, but as a living and indivisible whole. Legal guardianship, the Te Puatua, is sharing between the state and the Maori representative, sending a relational understanding of care, responsibility, and legal standing. A second emblematic case is the Atrato River in Colombia, recognized in 2017 by the Constitutional Court as a legal right, subject of right. In this ruling guardianship, in this case, the ruling guardianship is shared between the state and the indigenous communities. The decision places strong emphasis of care and ecological repair, environmental justice, and the protection of collective life. Yeah. Sorry. This case challenged the assumption that law can only recognize human or human-derived entities and holder of rights and responsibilities. Instead, they open space for relational, ecological, and more than human form of legal subjectivity. In 2022, Chile underwent an unprecedented constitutional process that proposed a profound transformation on environmental and water law. Although the draft constitution was unfortunately rejected in a national referendum, it remained a crucial juridical and theoretical reference point. The key legal innovation proposed in the draft constitutional include recognition of nature as subject of right, moving beyond environmental protection toward ecological legal subjectivities, explicit recognition of water as common good, prioritizing human consumption, ecological health, and intergenerational justice. Replacement of the neoliberal water regimen based on private water right, with a framework centered on public stewardship and ecological sustainability, social justice, etc. And finally, constitutional recognition of plurinationality, indigenous territorial relationship, and ecological responsibility of the state. So, this is where the presentation makes quite a key turn, because recognizing river as legal subjects has helped law imagine life beyond the human, but river remain legally confined by borders and jurisprudence. Water, however, does not stop in riverbank. It flows into the sea, moves to the body, and carry arm across territories and time. To follow this flow, law must shift from river personhood to water as a relational juridical subject, one that holds together rivers, ocean, and cycles of contamination. This move does not replace river rights, it deepens them, allowing law to engage with the reality of flow, interdependence, and ecological harm, especially in coastal and maritime sacrifice zones. Within Braidotti's posthuman feminism framework, hydrofeminists place water on the center on how bodies' vulnerability and powers are understood. Bodies are not separate from water, but constituting to it, meaning that contamination and exposure are living and embodied and unbalanced distributed across gender, class, and territory. From this perspective, sacrifice zone appears as a space of differential exposure, where water becomes the medium through which arms circulate. Recognizing water as a juridical subject, therefore, foreground embodiment and interdependence, challenging law to address exposure and responsibility as material relational condition. In the case of Chile, Quintero Puchuncaví, the expression green men referred to a locally documented phenomenon affecting former and current industrial workers since the 1980s. The term describes severe skin lesion and ulcers that secrete a greenish fluid, as well as other visible body marks associated by affected workers with long-term exposure to heavy metals such lead, arsenic, or copper, emitted by this industrial complex. As reported by worker organizations, many individuals have suffered chronic illness, memory loss, loss of teeth, and premature death, with toxic metal later identified even in examined bodies. The figure of green men, thus, make environmental harm visible embodied. transforming pollution from an abstract risk into a material encryption on the body, and exposing how industrial sacrifice zone produce slow, cumulative, and largely unaddressed form on environmental violence. In recent years, children in Puchuncaví have experienced a marked increase of respiratory problems, including chronic cough, asthma symptoms, and frequent bronchial infection. Local health reports and community testimonials link this condition to persistent air pollution from the refineries, power plant, and industrial emission in the area, which elevate level of particulate matter and toxic gas. These respiratory impacts are in particular concern because children's lungs are still developing, making them more vulnerable to airborne contamination and contributing to school absence, ongoing medical care, and long-term health burden for family and community. Follow a post-human legal framework reading. Sacrifice zone are reframed not as a space where law simply fail, but a space that law actively produce. Through legal category of jurisprudence, causation, and responsibility, law arrange exposure, but fragmenting accountability and allowing arms to circulate without recognition. One example of that is the release of toxic gas during the night, a phenomenon that can be smelled and perceived not only in Quintero, but also in Concon, the city where I live, which hosts the country's largest oil refinery, ENAP. In this context, environmental violence is normalized as acceptable damage, concentrating diffuse, delayed, or legally invisible despite its material presence and embodying an ecosystem. In the Chilean neoliberal model, the ethic of sacrifice operates through the normalization of acceptance damage, where environmental harms, bodily exposure, and social suffering are treated as a necessary cost of economic growth and competitiveness. Within this framework, central territories and population, particularly those in extractive and industrial zones, are implicitly designated as dispensable, while responsibility is spread across market, regulatory limit, and technical standard. Damage is rendered manageable, compensable, or statistically tolerable rather than ethical intolerable, allowing structural violence to persist without being recognized as such. The notion of acceptable damage, therefore, functions as an ethical rationale that legitimizes sacrifice, transforming long-term ecological and bodily harm into a governable condition rather than a political injustice. Water is central to this process, precisely because it moves cross-border and legal unit, carrying contamination beyond what law is willing or able to acknowledge. Finally, for a post-human ecological perspective, ecosystems are not bonded entities, but emergent ensemble producing. Thank you. Through relation between humans and no-human actors, material flow and infrastructure, agency is distributed rather than intentional, and are emerge cumulative rather than through insulate act. Waters exemplify this condition. Is connect molecular, territorial, people, life, and planetary scale, resist control, and accept political and legal boundaries, recognizing water as a relational legal subject, therefore, force achieved from linear causality and individual fall toward cumulative responsibility and relational accountability associated with ecological materiality. Low tropic theory is an ethical approach that starts from the idea that there's no ecological innocence. All forms of life are implicated in relations of interdependence, extraction, and arms. Rather than grounded ethics in purified or individual blames, it emphasizes situate and unequal responsibility, recognizing difference in power, exposure, and capacity to respond. In contexts such as an environmental sacrifice zone, low tropic theory shifts justice away from simply attribution of guilt toward practice of care, repair, and responsibility, which already damaged ecological system. In this context, if sacrifice zone is not merely site of regulatory failure, but a space actively produced through legal, ecological, and hydrological relationship, a central question emerged in my creative process. How can this theoretical understanding can be translated into a documentary form? More specifically, how can documentary engage with water as a relational subject, carrying exposure, memory, and care across bodies, territories, and temporalities, rather than representing environmental territories, environmental arm as a series of insulated events or individual testimonies? This question situates filmmaking itself as a form of situated knowledge production, where artistic choice, framing, sound, duration, rhythmic, and attention to material flow become ethical and political decisions. From this perspective, the filmmaker does not simply document injustice, but participate in an affirmative biopolitic of care, translating post-human legal thought into a visual, a sensory practice capable of making visible the circulation of harm, responsibility, and life across fresh and salt water. Hopefully, in the next summer course, through the documentary waves, legal ideas will travel into imagined sounds and life experience, allowing care, exposure, and responsibility to be felt as embodied from relations and opening space to imagine form of environmental justice that flow from water itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all this presentation, exploring all these different aspects of humanity. So, if you want to ask questions, make remarks, forse Rosi, se vuoi reagire. Ok, d'accordo.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just landing here. So I'm not familiar with the subject from a very philosophical point of view, but I would like to address everybody with poetic images, which to me seem to link everything. The first one, extraordinary metaphor of the of everything through the this image of telephone and the coincidence with Freud's relation to the dream, and it seemed to me that the knot, it's like the umbilical cord. It's the kind of thing that links everything between us and the technologies, if I well understood. And so let's take just one thing further, one step further, being Earth, being human, but being also cosmos. Yeah. And the next one being rain, the rain that makes us dance with tapping the floor and so on. And the next one being river, being the river via the documentary film. And it seemed to me very poetic image, but also it brings me to Palomar, Mr. Palomar of Italo Calvino, and which is looking at the things from outside. If you know, I don't know how familiar you are with this novel, the last one of Italo Calvino, which ends with this way of looking at things from outside. So being the thing that we are looking at, or it means to be outside ourselves. And being outside of ourselves is something that we become, the thing itself, if I well understood. Okay, so all this brings me into mind Giuseppe Pennone's being being the things, being tree, being water, being skull. Actually, in French, it's much better because it says, it was commented by Georges Didier Huberman. He says, être crâne. It sounds much better, être crâne. So this is the all that way of looking at things, which is a new perspective, actually. Isn't it, and this is a question to Rosi, if I may call her, isn't this a new way of looking at reality, like realities instead of reality? Isn't this a way of, actually from a philosophical point of view, addressing the reality?
So maybe I'll try to reply afterwards to this. Okay. If you're not trying to give an answer, then Rosie, you have to. Okay. Yeah, you accumulate it. So the panel should, if you want to reply, if some of you want to just try to give an answer.
Merci pour cette belle remarque. Juste peut-être trois petites choses par rapport en tout cas à ce que moi j'ai essayé de mettre en place. C'est justement, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec le trajet que vous parcourez entre nos interventions, mais je pense que j'ai pas essayé de mettre en place une métaphore, et je ne crois pas que le travail de Rosi soit jamais métaphorique en fait. Et je pense que quand vous dites il s'agit de penser avec le dehors en vous référant à Italo Calvino ou en vous référant à Pennone, vous avez tout à fait raison. Mais le dehors, tel que Blanchot a pu le penser dans l'espace littéraire, tel qu'il a pu être repris par la pensée du dehors chez Michel Foucault, tel qu'il peut parfois revenir sur la plume de Rosi, je crois que c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement concret. C'est ce qui nous défait au plus intime de nous-mêmes, et les affaires de littérature, les affaires d'art, comme les affaires de psychanalyse, ne relèvent pas tellement, je crois, de la métaphore, mais de ce qui nous défait au plus intime de nous-mêmes. Et ça, c'est jamais métaphorique pour moi. C'est vraiment quelque chose de très physique, en fait. Et c'est là où Rosi, je pense, nous donne des pistes avec le post-humain extrêmement concrètes pour voir comment le champ des technologies, le champ des machines habite nos corps et défait nos corps, mais de manière extrêmement concrète, avec les conséquences écologiques, économiques, environnementales qui ont été décrites par mes camarades.
So thank you for your question. And I think that reality is a very complex philosophical concept. And I only think about the how the time related to the realities and how we can see the boundary of a reality. Because I think in the post-human theory, we containerize beyond the boundary and reconnected to the outer spaces, the other location, culture, and time spaces. So I think that it is a very important question for considering how the post-humanist new trajectory to see the reality of the self. I think, like in the Heidegger, like in the being and times, and the question of the Dasein is a very important for considering the ontological times. So I think maybe the continental philosophy always to try to see the face of the time and the realities, how we can perceive the reality, how we can touch the reality of the self and the others. I think the post-human philosopher maybe can be see about how we can be not just living in the anthropocentric point of view to only stand like a framework standing in the humans. We can see about how we can reconnect it to other species, like the water and like the consciousness. Yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes, like a lie. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to add something from the perspective of the global thought. And in the case of the cosmology of the global thought, the majority of indigenous group, nature is not outside. We are nature, in the way like I am the river and the river is me. It's not a metaphor. It's a cosmology. And I think water is a very good example of how materiality is linked with cosmology as well, and philosophy.
C'est la même chose, désolé je vais reprendre en français, mais c'est la même chose pour les cas de viralitari, c'est pas une métaphore et on ne peut pas parler non plus de post-métaphore parce qu'ils ne sont pas rentrés dans ces systèmes-là. On peut parler en termes de métonymie par exemple, et même parce que je pense que leur monde aussi, c'est pour ça que parfois je ne sais pas si c'est dit, ça c'est dit comme ça, je blâme les anthropologues parce qu'ils rentrent beaucoup dans cette idée de métaphore anthropologique, etc., alors que pour eux constitue une réalité matérielle. Et c'est ça que les anthropologues n'arrivent pas à comprendre chez les viralitari, avec la pluie, avec les sources d'eau. Et pourquoi les viralitari déposent des offrandes sur les sources d'eau? C'est parce que leur corps est constitué d'eau aussi. C'est si simple que ça. Et voilà.
Rosi, tu veux conclure cette question concernant tout à la fin, très bien. Non, c'est finalement, je n'ai pas compris. Vas-y. Ok, très bien. Merci beaucoup.
I stay with English, right? Terrible. How terrible. Thank you. I think you owe them an applause. They are amazing. And I am now in a seriously impossible position. So I will give you 3 levels of my impossibility to speak. And by doing that, we'll speak. And then address you some questions that emerge in the spirit of academic discussion. But I should preface by saying how deeply moved I am, deeply moved. Starting with Fabrice's paper was a killer. After that, I was ready to take the day off and have my first glass of champagne, because he touched what I think is one of the points that I want to use as a general remark, the dispersion of languages, the question of language, which was already discussed yesterday, which is discussed amply in every edition of Nomadic Subjects that I have done, and I just curated the Chinese edition again this year, and again I reread the introduction, rewrote the introduction, and again the issue not only of the multiplicity of languages, and it was so moving to see that some of you read me in Chinese, some of you read me in Spanish, some read me in Italian, and mostly in English. It's quite, what is the word? It's a beautiful set of becoming. So we put it affirmatively. It could also be called a massive dispersion of sorts. But the question of the mother tongue really came across. And there are really, in a way, a new reading audience is emerging, which are the people who can read that family history. Ricordo di un sogno, this memory of a dream, is the fundamental book. It's the book that contains all the others, in fact. But it only exists in Italian because the material is in Italian, because it's a big book that nobody's wanted to translate yet. And I hope we can get an English, maybe shorter edition. But I noticed in my responses to what happened today, but also in other discussion, that people who can actually get to that book somehow get everything that I stand for. Because it's the only thing I've ever written in the language of the past, which obviously is the language of the becoming. And because it contains all the women in my family, poor, migrant, from that corner, that border of Italy with Yugoslavia and Austria, where 2 world wars happened and millions of people died, and where world migration was fed from that region forever. So something here about both the kind of hybridization, the creolization, I am a Glissantian as well as a Deleuzian, and the persistence of our mother tongue. And we had this discussion at the summer school. Forever Italians, right? Although we don't speak it, although we don't even know what that means, but forever, right? Forever to come. And I think that continuity. And here, of course, the psychoanalytic thing is terribly important, but I will return to that. The 3 remarks are consequently the languages, the multiplicity, creolization, but within some sort of chronological frame. And you are born into some sort of language, some sort of sounds come into you. I'm a great believer in soundscapes, and any psychoanalyst, I think Kristeva's Cora comes to mind, but anybody who's worked on infancy, on socialization process, the first sounds that reach you are fundamental. They design some fundamental kind of harmony of your soul that will shape you forevermore. And I'm a soundscape person, as you know. So I see, I don't particularly like the mother tongue, the mother thing, but it is the language of origin, where you start up from and take off from, and never to return. And in patriarchy, it's never the mother's tongue anyway, so it's a misnomer on several accounts. But let's say the originating point. And in my life, the switches through different languages with game-changing moments, and certainly being able to write that book for my mother and put it into her hands 3 months before she died is, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest achievement of my life. That I managed to get that in karmically is quite extraordinary. So that's the first level of, shall we call it, proliferating generative energy that emerged. The other one is that the cartographies that Braidotti provided, I have to kind of take distance now, seem to work in the sense that they're actually applicable in a number of very interesting ways. And I'm now running after the work that Braidotti did and say, oh my God, that actually illuminates things, and that's an extraordinary moment to be able to experience that when I'm still alive and vaccinated and functioning. And they are running and they're moving in space and in time. And spatially, they're moving across disciplines and discourses and fields of application. I think we heard everything here, from primordial infancy to astrophysics and outer space. I mean, that's pretty cosmic. And I know sort of, I'm old, I've written lots of books, but the range is pretty overwhelming. But what I would like to focus on is the temporal aspect, how they move across time, because this is a panel where time was absolutely kind of flattened into a continuum of multiple becomings. I mean, it was simply acted out in every single paper. And I would see time, the temporal proliferation generation moving transgenerationally, which is the unconscious on the one hand, ancestral knowledge, indigenous tradition. It's knowledge that you inherit as forgotten. It's given to you as already gone. Part of its impact is that you don't grasp it, but you never ever break free from it either. So that unconscious transgenerational level, trans-species memory, there's a lot of genetics, a lot of the non-human rivers, elementary particles, animals, a kind of a memory that we share with non-human. And I think that our genetics is a massive connector to across the species. And then, in a more academic vein, a transdisciplinary time of genealogies that cut across, that intersect. For me, Vivero de Castro, the first time I encountered his work is a Deleuzian. It's a complete Deleuzian. And then through him, I got another entry into indigeneity. I got many, being an Australian, growing up in Australia, working with Aboriginal sources. It wasn't the only one, but Philippe Descola. Philippe is of Deleuze. Philippe and I talk the virtual every time we meet, and the becoming animal, of course. So there are here again very generous thought systems that open up and make the whole discussion between continental philosophy, as we call it, wrongly, in English, what other philosophy is there than continental philosophy, and indigenous cosmology is extremely rich. And it is extremely rich and generative because it is post-identitarian. It's post-identitarian decolonial theory. It's about nomadic assemblages. It's not about an identity label that has to become the monopoly holder of every item of suffering in the universe. It's not that identitarian type of politics, and consequently much, much more generative. And I think the long shadow of Fanon in this is also terribly important. And then, of course, through all of this, the multiple lines of applications. So I thought this is what I sort of heard in what you said, for which I want to thank you. And I will now throw a question at each one of you and then go back to my seat and cry. And the questions will be more academic and intellectual, because with Patrice and Fabrice, I have to sit down and have a serious talk about the psychoanalysis. But let's start with that remark, that language is the primary technical or technological intervention upon the flesh. That when we are divided, individual, what divides us is the gaze of the other expressed through the presence of a kind of a cutting element, which is the language that names you, places you, so reduces you, catches you in some ways. This is a huge discussion in psychoanalysis. And in philosophy, it comes in through Derrida's extension of this, in the notion of an originary technicity. And this would be the question that I would throw then in the direction of Fabrice, the originary technicity issue on Derrida, and how very unconvinced I am. But the technological component of an originary technicity of the human. Yes, psychoanalysis and deconstruction denaturalize subjectivity. Freud already did that. He denaturalizes sexuality. He separates reproduction from sexuality dramatically. He should get a feminist medal just on that. There is eros and there is agape. Plato had said it. And of course, patriarchy is built on the separation of eros and agape. Eros is erotic love, proper love. Agape is reproductive love. Men have both eros and agape. Women have only agape. And only reproductive love for us, both of them for the boys. And that system goes into Christianity pretty massively. And Christianity will chastise eros, but allows men to have their desire, whatever it is. Now, why do we have a football stadium in every town in the world? I hate football. Tell you why. Why do we have brothels and sex stores in every town? Well, I wonder why. Eros and agape, only agape. This patriarchy is built on that. And that means that there is a diffuse sense of male erotic desire that constitutes our social sphere, and at the same time an intense prohibition of the actual actualization of love. It's a system patriarchy that's simultaneously homoerotic and homophobic. It's a killer. it's a killer system. And I think around that, then the whole discussion of denaturalizing sexuality has a very, very long history, and Deleuze and Foucault was working on this, and he died. But he was going to actually unwrap the whole thing, I think. Point being, this intervention of language, cutting into the flesh, the cultural codes that force you to have a gender when you know that you are polymorphous and perverse, that is not enough to explain the materiality of technology. And that's a discussion that Deleuzians and Derridians have been having for a while. I'm thinking of David Wills, I'm thinking of all the technicity arguments. And I think the contemporary technologies are not external cutting instruments that assign you a position in the symbolic or in the gender system. They go into you and they transform everything that you are capable of perceiving, of knowing and of remembering. It's a massive rewriting of the script. But that would be my question: what do you make? Where are you at in that Deleuze? Is the Deleuze-Derrida dialogue that could never really happen because it's intense and complicated. But I agree with you that in the contemporary discussions, we have left the whole unconscious dimension out of the picture, so that we are now talking about technology as if it was really part of ego psychology. And when you think of the power of AI and contemporary technology, connecting them to ego-indexed psychology is a disaster unfolding in front of our eyes. It can only lead to authoritarian excesses and to delirious forms of megalomania, which we are seeing. So something here in the Franco-American debates went wrong. Lacan was fundamental. The Deleuzians were wrong in chastising psychoanalysis. I've been having this discussion, particularly with the more masculinist edge of the Deleuzian community, and the masculinist Deleuzians are a piece of work, saying you can't do Deleuze without Lacan. You have Guattari there, you can't. It's so all of that, but on the other hand, the refusal of this in the United States and the coming of a very flat ego psychology, which Lacan criticized, lends us into this hyper-individualism that we have to deal with today. I'd love to hear you on this as well. Then my question to the astro dimension, how amazing. I was fascinated by how you put together those pieces. Thank you. I was wondering, when you were speaking, I was thinking one of the early sources of inspiration for me was the Jesuit thinker Teilhard de Chardin, who went to China in the 1950s, and apart from saying, announcing China will be the big power of the 20th century, these people are unstoppable, had this notion of a transformation of the human in the direction of what he called the omega point, and a noosphere, a sphere of knowledge that would be necessarily planetary and mediated by technology and probably non-Western. I'm just throwing that there because as you were speaking, I thought actually maybe I am more of a Teilhard de Chardinian that I thought I knew, and that becoming world could go with some sort of transformative elements. And I would like to throw that at you, and maybe also ask you to connect to Armando's point on the post-secular, which is what I'm going to pick up from Armando's paper, with many thanks for a previous remark on the issue of humanism. I think there are many reasons why the French don't translate. They don't translate much of anything. But the issue of humanism is a big one for anybody who even pronounces the word post-human and think, oh God, here we go again. So I think in terms of France, the problem is in the resistance to anything anti-humanist has been the trauma of postmodernism. They have never recovered from that. They invented it. I mean, Baudrillard invented and Lyotard conceptualizes. They invented it as a concept, then it goes American, becomes an everyday term, and they reject it. And the debate gets stuck there when French theory goes American and the French get very stroppy about it. And I try to mediate it through my transatlantic disconnection, but it does really become a kind of a hiatus between two cultures from which we never recover. I came of age intellectually with Foucault writing in 1962-63 l'homme est mort. Man is dead. European humanism is finished because we betrayed it, because we were not up to it. Fanon was right. The decolonial people are right. What humanism? What universal human rights? What cheek you have to even think of that? No? Early 60s, immediate rejection. And the rejection was not just the right, because Alain de Benoit says, no way, look at this, modernity breeds the decline of the West. That was the right-wing response, and they invent the new right, which will inherit the earth. The left is not any better. So what we have, and that would be my question to you, Armando, is what I mentioned yesterday, Marxist humanism. The man to come. This man is forever to come. We're waiting here for the human to come. And it will come, oh sure. How many more revolutions, how many million dead before we have the new human? But that's really a tragedy. And in Italy we have this with the other Bersani, with Luigi Bersani, who was a wonderful leader of the Italian Communist Party, says, yeah, the posthuman is here, the answer is Marxist humanism. And you just want to cry. And I wonder if you have a comment on that. But on the laïcité, on the post-secular, I want to introduce another element that we may use maybe for the book, which is the limits of thinking. I perceive spirituality and the sacred as one of my limits. I can absolutely detect it. I think I feel it. It expresses itself better in Italian probably than in any of my other languages. I have enormous respect for the cognitive and moral power of cosmologies and belief systems, but I can't go there. I just cannot. And I've often described myself as the lobotomized daughter of the Enlightenment, and very much a French thinker. The Sorbonne was not kidding on this in my days. You were soft in the head if you came in with any notion that was not rational. Simone de Beauvoir was unforgiving. And I was raised at her school and met her and worked with her. The limits. And now, of course, we have to review all of that. But I also think it is important for somebody who practices the politics of location that you recognize the limits as part of that. And you say, it's part of my ecology of belonging that I, as a European, cannot go there, and I acknowledge that my culture has put the sacred elsewhere. We put it in desire, we put it in sex, we put it in science. And who tells us this? Sigmund Freud. In his The Future of an Illusion, where he says, yeah, we may have killed God, but we got science. And anybody who's listened to or read the books of Dawkins or some of the great atheists, oh man, these people are fanatical about atheism. They believe in atheism with a passion, with a contradiction that is rampant. So I think it's part of the ecology of belonging that you recognize the limits, but I would like to hear you more on the question of humanism and the limits of that discussion. Pauline, we now have a whole tradition of discussions. I thought that your paper intersected beautifully with the discussion we had yesterday on generation and responsibility. And a very strong ethical element came up, much more than legal, at the end of your paper. And the move from rivers, which are territorially bound, to water, which is one of the elements. For me, elemental materialism is a crucial, important issue. So I thought it broadens it. Strangely enough, it makes it more concrete by making it more cosmic. We are back to another planetary. This is the fluid, the planetary. But I also noticed your sense of a planetary dimension to a sense of responsibility. So I was wondering whether you wanted to comment or ignore any of it. But thank you so much. Very rich, very thought-provoking. I'll be thinking about it for a long time. Thank you.
On a combien de temps? 6 jours? Une vie, une deuxième vie. Bon alors, 10 minutes en tout, donc 3 minutes chacun. Ok. Donc, la première chose que je vais te répondre, Rosi, c'est que nous sommes d'accord. Moi non plus, je déteste le football. Donc, et au football, c'est vrai, tu as raison, tu m'interprètes, je préfère Derrida. Et en particulier le Derrida le moins straight, le moins hétérosexuel, celui qui veut toucher Jean-Luc Nancy. Et donc, évidemment, ils se touchent, et leur manière de se toucher, bien qu'ils restent très straight, est un tout petit peu moins hétérocentré. Ce que j'ai essayé de dire en insistant sur le langage, c'est justement pas du tout que le langage serait là pour nous diviser, nous inscrire sur une scène symbolique, mais que le langage est un des lieux qui rassemble à l'autre, qui nous joint aux autres, et qui, par ce lien-là, tout en nous rapprochant des autres, nous transforme et recèle ce sur quoi tu as insisté toi-même dans ton introduction, à savoir le fait que nous sommes impactés, traversés de manière, dès avant notre naissance, par des sons, par des formules, par des mots, par une langue maternelle qui parfois se rapproche d'une sorte de dialecte hors sens, en fait. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a quelque chose qui nous traverse dans nos corps, qui passe par le langage des machines aussi, et qui vient buter par rapport à la construction d'un sens, en fait. Là, je crois que c'est un point qui est très intéressant, parce que ça ramène, enfin, c'est ce que j'ai essayé de faire dans le dernier livre que j'ai écrit et que je vais me permettre de t'offrir tout de suite, du côté d'une psychanalyse qui ne travaille plus tellement du côté du langage, du symbolique, de la division, mais du côté du toucher et du tact. Et au fond, pour moi, le travail psychanalytique, si je dois le rassembler en une formule Bacio Perugina, c'est comment toucher à l'intouchable en inventant des formes nouvelles de tact.
I think in the Chinese culture, that's very important to connect it between culture studies and post-humanist theories. And I think like in the Chinese, we can see about a very special temporary called Shen Xiao. In the temporality of the Shen Xiao, we have a specific animal to represent a person, the years. Like the last year's serpents, like snake, who born in the 2024, they will be like rushed and be bad luck in the 2024, 2025, when she or her is a snake, the representation of a snake. So I think it's very culturally representation of like very becoming animalization forced the Chinese cultures and Chinese philosophy, I think. So maybe the culture study can be more engaged to philosophical and critical post-humanism, that we can engage to how the Chinese culture or non-Western culture be alternative way to becoming an artist and cultural representation of from the post-humans and post-human philosopher can engage in it, like me. Thank you so much.
Donc, bonjour, Rosi Vladotti, merci pour la question et vraiment merci pour l'espace d'être devant vous, c'est énorme. Et en fait, je trouve ça drôle que vous me posiez la question et que vous dites que vous reconnaissez les limites à toucher la question spirituelle, parce que c'est grâce à vous que moi j'ai dépassé mes limites à toucher les questions spirituelles. Donc c'est un nœud un peu extraordinaire. Et lorsque vous lancez l'invitation à prendre des cosmovisions autochtones, et quand je me suis rapproché de Wixárika et qu'elles m'ont accepté, c'était une évidence qu'il fallait toucher à la question spirituelle. D'autant plus qu'il y a la question du syncrétisme, donc il y a aussi la présence d'une chrétienté, mais qui est agencée d'une manière assez spécifique. Donc, et je comprends aussi ces limites, parce que dans les politiques de la localisation, moi aussi j'avais cette réticence, surtout à la question pas tant spirituelle que religieuse, et parce que bon, j'ai grandi dans un pays hyper catholique comme le Mexique, et le poids de la croix est quand même énorme. Et donc, je voulais rejeter, je voulais blasphémer, je voulais tout ça. Et après, c'est grâce à l'aperture que vous m'avez donnée, c'est que je me suis rapproché, par exemple, de Simone Veil et des personnalités comme Maria Zambrano, etc., qui me semblent maintenant intéressants à mobiliser là-dedans, et aussi à la question de la théologie de la libération. Donc, voilà. Et il y a aussi une question, vous m'avez demandé par rapport à l'humanisme marxiste. En fait, déjà, c'est l'un des grands reproches que les Européens font aux décoloniaux latino-américains, c'est qu'il y a un certain rejet aussi au marxisme parce que ça reste quand même une épistémologie européenne et qu'on essaye de chercher d'autres modes d'organisation politique, économique, qui viennent d'autres perspectives issues du Sud global. Et donc, c'est pour ça aussi, la question du marxisme, je pense que ça ressort parce que les décoloniaux français revendiquent cette tradition, mais la critique aussi. L'image de dernier numéro de la revue Nous, c'est pour critiquer l'opium du peuple. Cette phrase qui est restée très ancrée, je pense, dans la gauche européenne. Et je pense que ça vient aussi beaucoup de là, cette forme de limite qui parfois aussi cette tradition nous a hérité. Donc, mais bon, c'est une idée comme ça. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosi, for your feedback. I was thinking in two ideas, the ethical perspective, the ethical responsibility in research, and limits. Because water is talking about limits, and no limits. Where are our limits? What are the limits of violence? This is a very important question now. What are the limits? Palestine is a limit. Trump is a limit. What's the limit? So my reflection is what kind of ancestry we want to be, as Rosi said. We need to be a good ancestry. We need to think about our limit, because doing nothing is also a form of action. So we need to rethink about positive action. In research, it doesn't matter what discipline you are in, you always need to think about limit. And I'm very grateful to Rosi because always is putting us in our limit of thinking and rethinking ourselves, our disciplines, and our relations, because relations are so important in research, people. So thank you so much.
So thank you for yes. Okay, you need to close now. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, just a small announcement because for the panelists and the people of the team, before the beginning of the second session, actually afternoon, and also Rosi, if you can be here in this room about 10 minutes before the beginning of the second session, for the pictures of the team and of all the panelists, we would like to have some official pictures for you and for communicating about the event. So thank you so much. So enjoy lunch. Today we have food. Thank you. Eventually, the first line, can you sit down? Can you sit down? And the second line, come back.
On peut s'asseoir sur le.
Yes, yes. No, can sit down here. Yeah, here. No, here. Sit down here. Is there any other speaker around?
vais où?
I'm going to show a film. So, yeah, no, one has it all. He knows.
It's more about the lights, right? The lights off?
I think maybe if those lights were off, then that could be quite, yes, useful.
Okay.
And also because, of course, these people, you'll be sitting here, but you might want to just move to. It's just 9 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
So I speak, yeah. So I speak and then it's a film and then I speak again. Yeah.
On va commencer le 4e, 5e, je sais plus, 4e panel. Donc j'invite les speakers à venir. Et Andrés, qui était là. Il est où? Bon, il était où? Il est parti. Alors, donc on va procéder alors à cette 4e session sur représentation, résistance et imagination. Donc on va faire un peu comme ce matin, mais on a un peu moins de temps que ce matin. Donc c'est vraiment 20 minutes par présentation, et puis avec une discussion à la fin, c'est la meilleure façon pour qu'on puisse avoir un dialogue. Donc la première présentatrice, Nicole Elmanley, avec un paper qui s'appelle Becoming River, How to Rhizome with Art-Based Methods. Et on va voir un film, donc il y a un moment de visionnage.
So thank you for having me here to present my work. It is an honor to be able to share some of my work to an audience who is post-human. I am a hydrologist, but I am also an environmental artist to keep my sanity within a world where I'm based in Scotland, but some of my work is also in England, where only 16% of rivers in England are of good and excellent quality. So this work really was, this terrible statistic drove me to look at art-based methods to help in thinking about, the post-human. So I've never studied philosophy, I shall just say. So I haven't got if I haven't got the philosophical concepts quite right, I've certainly come to the right conference to put them right. So the title of my my presentation is Becoming River, How to Rhizome with Art-Based Methods. So I wish to present to you my work about repositioning the anthropocentric, changing our present condition of separation from our surrounding environment in order to become post-human and form a deeper relationship with the non-human. In this presentation, the non-human is a river in Scotland. It could also be your river. The methodology is based on a creative participatory method which combines Felix Guattari's ecosophy and Rosi Braidotti's nomadic or rhizomatic philosophy. Guattari's ethico-aesthetic paradigm focuses on inner subjectivity, providing an approach for studying experiential knowledge gained in ways that are relational and non-representational. As we could go on and on about this, but I am sort of repeating what people have been saying all through yesterday and today. But but by focusing on the inner subjective space of the human, it is possible to become aware of relationships that are hidden but can become apparent through creative practice, opening new fields of possibility by altering the mental ecology of the human. In her book, The Post-Human, Rosi defines repositioning as being suggestive of developing a radical repositioning of the human being through strategies of disidentification involving the loss of familiar habits of thought and representation in order to pave the way of creating alternatives. These creative alternatives to what Guattari calls the aesthetic aegis of ecosophy, interrelating social ecology, mental ecology, and environmental ecology. The methodology that forms this work is integrative in this sense. It is not simply about changing human behavior in relationship to rivers through the application of water policies that counter negative behaviors towards water resources. Ecosophy is an approach that recognizes the embodied mind that forms awareness of our physical and mental experience in relationship with environment. This deeper understanding of the human-non-human relationship is a necessary addition to water management plans that require society to adapt to climate change, or even has the possibility to form a totally different form of relationship that does not manage rivers, but rather engages with rivers. So I would just like to say that I'm very pleased to be following on from Paulina's work that she gave her presentation just before, because this work was to look also at methods that can help in creating rights for rivers. And so it's actually very much based on what Paulina gave in her presentation previously. So in this way, through the concepts of ecosophy, methodology is creatively repositioned in the same sense that Rosi envisions some such transformation as an alternative to traditional approaches, such as using rivers as embodied resource. Ecosophy allows nomadic concepts such as the rhizomatic, the nomadic, the salience of effect, becoming, and deteriorization to emerge and be applied in research. The method in this study begins with a group of local people coming together to walk along the riverbanks in silence as an artistic intervention following the ideas behind Ernesto Pujol's walking art practice, where he says, silence is like water. All it takes is entering the shallows and wading. The importance of the creative participatory process is the space that is created that supports the difference of corporal effects which Deleuze and Guattari in 1,000 Plateaus have called becomings, and the effects made in and through a creative event which they call percepts. Percepts is the name given to a physical fragments of worlds imagined through art. New realities imagined in art are communicated through kinesthetic aspects of effect, and these new realities are relays of sensation between an artwork and participant. In this context, the sense of feeling, the walking in silence, becomes enmeshed with the materiality of the artwork. Combined together in art, percepts and affects constitute what Deleuze and Guattari term a block of sensations. Such a combination of sensations creates a new sensory landscape for the beholder that inspires different connections to bodies or makes different feelings about subjects. Since a block of sensations has an affective capacity, Hickey Moody, in the book Deleuze and Research Methodologies, suggests that art has the aptitude to change the body's limits, and in doing so, art has the ability to adjust what a person may or may not feel, understand, or relate to. So, rather than me carrying on talking, I would like to show a film which has a duration of 9 minutes. So I will show this film, and then I will come back to just speak about the outcomes of from the film. So you might like to sit down so you can see. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There was still evidence of the 2015 flood, which brought huge amounts of rocks, gravel, and sand that What is the river to the local people? In September 2019, a group of people came together to camp and mindfully walk along the banks of the River Dee, with the intention to deepen their relationship with the river. The experience began on a moonlit night, camping by the river. In the morning, the group followed an easy track along one of the fishing beats, an area where the landowners of the riverbanks have the rights to fish. It was a grey day, with a persistent wind, which the group walked against as the wind blew down the river in the same direction of the river's flow. In some areas, the riverbanks had been straightened and were reinforced by concrete and gravel. There was still evidence of the 2015 flood, which brought huge amounts of rocks, gravel, and sand that formed pebble fields along the riverbank. Reaching the destination in Bankery, the group found a quiet place to sit and share images, feelings, and associations that came to mind, to create a liminal space for inner reflection to an outer collective. These are the images and associations that were shared.
I was trying to imagine what being a fish was like in the river.
And the way the bank's been engineered to keep the river from moving. In some places, the banks are built up to stop the river flooding into fields.
The sensation of this continuous current going, flowing in a way against our movement. This current was not just the direction of the river itself. It's a general sensation where wind and water were mixing up.
I was also conscious of the breathing. We were breathing. I was just thinking about the fish again. The wind is blowing past us, so we're moving upwind and breathing the wind. The fish is moving upriver and breathing the water, and feeling that water pass over its scales as it pushes its way against the current. Feels something very vital about that. That life force which causes living things to push against whatever the medium they're in or the obstacle or whatever.
For sure, the image of the salmon jumping, in contrast to forcing the river, because in a way the salmon are forcing the river going upstream. You can also see it as a sort of joy. It's a joyful expression of the current itself.
When you said the word joyful, I thought of the two yellow hammers that just suddenly appeared from nowhere and just flew across the river.
A bit the same as you see young lambs frisking about, just jumping and falling over, just for the joy of moving, and young children skipping or jumping.
Everything, well, the banks felt very ordered, and it was all ordered for these fishermen to fish. And too was very aware of the management of the river, and where it's allowed to flood, and where it's not allowed to flood. In comparison with how we manage people, we constrain them and we're allowed to flood in certain ways, not in others. And then the river rises up in revolt. Because the river has naturally been building floodplains, overstaying and covering that floodplain with whatever it's carrying, sand, pebbles, silt. And that helps keep the fields fertile, to keep the soil. And it causes destruction at the time, but in the long, if you think about it over a longer time, it's an important process keeping the land healthy. It's interesting that we see it as destructive. formed before the flood. It was this massive area of pebbles, and it was covered with lupins growing, wild lupins. So beautiful. Well, to begin with, I thought it was really barren and really bleak. And then when I looked closer, I saw all these lupins and thought how beautiful this is. I was also struck by that persistence of it, and by the fact that parts of that forest where the flood would have gone over, you can't tell now that there was a flood. So the grass has grown back, the broom is growing up, and you wouldn't be able to tell. But then the trees with all that debris stuck around them somehow still got that kind of memory preserved. So while some parts of the landscape are forgotten.
Forgotten. So this word about nature that can forget something. I was thinking if when you arrived, it came to my mind that if forget something can also be associated to forgive.
Just remember this quality where even the footsteps have disappeared in the desert. The Arabic word is "abshu," which is a word very like the wind, almost onomatopoeic for the wind, which constantly moves things, like rearranges things, like the river.
So, well, thank you for watching that. So, to just talk about this in relationship to the post-human. So, the creative, effective practice formed an opening for sensibility in experiencing a local river. This is like Rosi's process of biocentered egalitarianism, which she describes as being of radical eminence and affirmative becoming that activates a nomadic subject into the sustainable process of transformation. Radical eminence is to enter into another's plane of existence. When the participants talk about becoming air as we live on the land and breathe in air, and this is like the fish who are moving upriver, we are moving upwind, the fish become water as they breathe in water, and in doing so, we become connected with the fish through breathing. And here together, we become vital. Like the fish, we are living things that push against the obstacles that give a form of vitality. In bringing the human closer to the river, we do not imagine ourselves in the water with the fish, but rather, in a sense, we become more human, situating ourselves as beings of the land, where our breathing is part of the air, as the fish are beings of the water, and their breathing is part of water. However, in situating ourselves on land, we empathize with the fish in a process that we both share, breathing. We can both breathe in our respective environments. Being vital is also emphasized. The images of joyful jumping of lambs and children and the appearance of birds are expressions of what Rosi Braidotti has termed Zoe. In her book, Nomadic Theory, that Zoe is life of absolute vitality. In particular, in this case, the salmon jumping being associated to the joyful expression of the current itself, where the salmon is not forcing the river, but rather becoming the water current itself, is a form of Zoe. Zoe is contrasted to the way the river has been managed, ordered and engineered. The constrained space is a physical depiction of Deleuze and Guattari's striated space as discussed in 1,000 Plateaus. Organizing the river space by the human to be striated is an unethical choice that creates a relationship of dominance. Certainly ordering and clearing the banks of the river so the fishermen can fish is an unethical choice, and engineering the river's banks with the intention to stop it from flooding transforms the river, reducing the river's vital ability to ensure new fertile materials are distributed to the surrounding land, as spoken by one of the people in the film. When the river floods beyond its constrained engineered banks, it is becoming vital, showing the human that the unethical choices of constraining the river will come back to them in a form of revolt, like the human does when it is constrained and not given freedom to be who they are. Finally, the biocentered egalitarian process speaks of al-alafu, an Arabic, a classical connotation for one who can make fault, error, or sin disappear. In the context of this work, it is the river that has become alafu, where there is a suggestion that the human is forgiven for containing the river by forgetting and erasing the traces of the flood brought by bringing back beauty of the place which was once made barren by the flood. It is a suggestion that the human can also become like the river, where they too can live in a truly biocentered egalitarian process. So overall, I hope that this work illustrates that doing a creative act like walking in silence is not enough to be post-human. It is necessary to also engage with one another in a space that maintains subjective communication, like we did this morning with movement that communicated with one another, or like in this case, creating a space that allows unconscious thoughts to arise, where not only your individual self hears them, but others do as well. And in this process of pure subjective sharing, we rhizome and create new interconnections that we normally would not create, so that we can reposition our daily lives and shake up the inner relations that we all have that prevents us from accessing Zoe. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. It was really nice to be able to visualize something really sensible. So the next panelist is Angelia Danadaki with a paper called The Contemporary Artist as a Nomadic Subject, based between here and there. Would you like to come here?
Hello. Hello, I'm Evangelia. I'm very happy to be here. It is such a beautiful honor. So I will present to you my interdisciplinary paper, which is called The Contemporary Artist as a Nomadic Subject, based between here and there. So I'm an artist, and in this presentation, I will try to argue that I am not an artist. I am becoming artist and researcher. Like many contemporary artists today, who live between a metropolis and a hometown, I am also based between Leeds and London, but also Athens and Thessaloniki. But here, I will explore nomadic subjectivity, not geographically, but as a way of thinking and becoming through relations, mediums, and affects. I'm doing a PhD in feminist philosophy. I'm reading Rosi Braidotti, Hannah Arendt, Lucy Garet, and Bracha Ettinger to ask, how can we position thinking at the intersection of theorizing and making art. In other words, how can theory become audio-visualizable? My assumption is that we can perform philosophy, in our case today, nomadic philosophy, by composing post-personal images that resist identity-based mechanisms. And by doing so, I hope that we can refine the critical, ethical, and political dimension of art. To do so, I feel that first we need to ask again, what is art and what is the self? Attempting to approach, to think, and not necessarily to answer these questions, we move to Rosi Braidotti. Rosi Braidotti writes, writing is living intensively and inhabiting language as a side of multiple others within what we call, out of habit and intellectual laziness, the self. I approach imaging and art making as a form of visual writing, where the self appears always in relation and resists the sedentary mode of passive viewing to connect and think with others, while mobilizing a form of feminist ethics and politics. If you ask me what comes first, theory or practice, I will say both, but not first. They both come late and belated. I connect here the feminine with maternal temporalities of delay, so it can breathe and not hurry. Here I am echoing or returning to the scholarships of Lisa Bareitzer and Braha Ettinger. There is no hierarchy between theory and practice. Reading theory has given to me the vocabulary to verbalize and understand what I am doing, what I have been doing, and what I will be doing. Every new project is a new beginning where I connect with special others, my dear friends, to create new affective, performance-based encounters as composition that tune with my techno habits. I think of art images nomadologically as compositions of affects by, quoting Rosi, co-creating affective interlinkages. In the artistic projects I initiate or orchestrate, I wish to undermine my role as the sovereign artist director, to self-fragilize myself and respond to the feminist call that Rosi Braidotti addresses. 4. More conceptual creativity in designing cartographies of the present. In this case, visual cartographies of the present. My aim is to join a transformative process of jointness to become decentered and, quoting Rosi, no longer be a sea at all, but rather the subject of quite another story. A subject that is in process, a mutant, the other of the other, a post-woman who has undergone an essential metamorphosis. In short, a virtual feminine. The nomadic subject opposes herself to the neoliberal subject of the individual. It is multiple and it emerges in interconnections. It is rhizomatic, non-linear, embodied, and artificial. The artist, as a nomadic subject based between here and there, moves between mediums and cities, is a maker and a viewer, a conductor and a connector. I explore nomadic in-betweenness by designing and co-developing interdisciplinary and intermedial projects using video, performance, sound, and film to think both the subject and the image as being in relations. I approach my artistic practice as a series of projects orchestrated by me, and then developed relationally with special others, my dear friends. For Foucault, friendship is explored as a practice of thinking together. Therefore, I am, or better, we are, enacting or performing friendship as non or anti-Oedipalized sisterhood beyond kinship relationship. In this light, image making unfolds as audiovisual exercises in thinking and playing, where the values of feminism are being translated into visual tools for making and thinking within practice. Following Braha Ettinger, we're living through overlapping catastrophes and crises, and at the same time, we're being exposed to a hyper acceleration of images that invades our fantasy life, disrupting our sensibility and our capacity to feel and think in depth. In such a climate, the subjectivity is staged as a performance of and for visual consumption. The self appears as a photo-based project circulating within attention economies and is bound to identity and anxieties produced by hegemonic mechanisms of visibility, recognition, distance, and lack. Moving within what Griselda Pollock describes as Instagrammatology, a visual regime structured by binary logics of correct or cancelled, we ask how contemporary art can critically engage hegemonic visual and social media culture through post-photographic, not representational, affective and performance-based modes of imaging. In this framework, art unfolds as exercises of freedom, lightness, and joyfulness, responding to the feminist call to move beyond, quoting Rosi, the negative stasis and the slave morality of an oppositional culture. So I am an image-based artist who studied photography but doesn't work with photography. The first day of my master in contemporary photography and philosophy, my professor said, "Many of you ask what camera you should buy, and I will say it for everyone. You don't need a camera." It took me a while to realize that my professor was obsessed with Deleuze. We don't need any cameras because our bodies are machines. Studying photography with my Deleuzian professor, Daniel Rubinstein, I stopped using photography as a medium that is overused in our photo-based realities. I started to work with performance and video, becoming critical towards visual modes of representation. And so, I am an artist with no camera, but her body, which means her phone and her laptop. Following Rosi, the body is like a sensor, a messenger carrying thousands of communication systems: cardiovascular, respiratory, visual, acoustic, tactile, olfactory, hormonal, psychic, emotional, erotic. The body is a living recording system capable of storing and then retrieving the necessary information. So, we can energize network approaches where cuts and splits become thresholds of interconnectedness to resist to the patriarchal, phallic, neoliberal logic of the self and to celebrate the logic of and. We don't have to choose between either or. We can be both artists and researchers, both humans and machines. Moving to practice. May I ask to move to darkness as well? Highlights is a multimedia installation based on a collective reading of Hannah Arendt's The Human Condition. For this project, I invited my London friends, Dina, Lysel, Iga, and Ken, to read selected chapters from The Human Condition. Not necessarily to understand it, look at whatever would catch their attention and to mark it through highlighting. The video is based on some common highlights that appeared, at least between two of us. And the colors respond to the colors we used. And they
From
function
now on,
as
we would indeed need artificial machines to do our thinking and
non-images,
speaking.
producing light.
Speech is no longer meaningful. Speech has lost its power. What we are confronted with is the prospect of a society of laborers without labor. The advent of a new and yet unknown age.
The project highlights the dimension of plurality within the artistic process, reconceptualizing reading as a visual and performative practice of action and participation, and viewing
The human condition of labor is life itself.
as a practice of listening and reading.
The things that owe their existence exclusively to men, nevertheless, constantly condition their human makers.
By interconnecting fragments of human intelligence, text and image, with artificial intelligence,
Only figures, marginal figures,
sound,
hypothetical wanderers from the earth,
the installation constructs a post-human
performing
mechanism
robots.
of changes and exchanges that encourages viewers to participate in a viewing
Whatever
now
enters the human world of
that
its own
evolves
accord,
into a reading
or is
later.
drawn into it by human effort, becomes part
They were
of the human
welcome to
condition.
take home the highlighted PDFs that they were positioned in the installation, facilitating an interplay between past
The
and
things
present,
that owe their existence
the self
exclusively to
and
men,
the others,
nevertheless,
human and
constantly condition their human makers.
I treat my videos as rhizomes. A rhizome has no beginning or end. It's always in the middle.
Whatever enters the human world of its own accord, or is drawn
So
into
it doesn't
it by
matter
human effort,
where we start,
becomes
really.
part of the human condition.
What matters is how the image moves and becomes with other elements.
Science fiction as a vehicle of mass sentiments and mass desires. Earth as a veil of tears. Body as a prison of mind and soul earth. As a prison for bodies, they can move and breathe without effort and without artifice, cutting the last tie among the children of nature, desire to escape from imprisonment to the earth. Hope to extend lifespan far beyond the 100-year limit. A rebellion against human existence.
I have no idea how much time I have, so maybe I should move to the next project. Sorry for stopping. This one is called Images from a Future That Is Already Happening, and is a participatory multi-channel installation. Here, a group of artists, thank you, was invited to respond to the image of the future by choosing an Instagram filter of their choice as a self-image, generating a polyphonic thought image that reflects on the potential role of art in contemporary discussions on technology and the future. Participation here again signifies connection and communication from distance, but also the articulation of multiple perspectives on a shared subject through the interplay of old and new technologies. This project explores layers of diversity and differentiation, composing a digitalized public sphere in the Arendtian sense here. And what emerges is a virtual body, a shared reflection on the future and on the significance that artistic practice might hold in shaping critical and collective imaginaries.
Ό,τι και να σκεφτούμε για το μέλλον, δεν θα είναι I would say it's one of the most complex questions. Κατά πάσα πιθανότητα θα είναι χειρότερο, γιατί not only now, υπάρχει αυτή ειδικά σε εμάς και εγώ το κάθε περιστατικό.
The question of talking about the future among artists and envisioning
It's one of those things that I hate to talk about actually.
Art reigns the imaginary.
As a mentor
the imaginary, it nourishes the imaginary,
or artists
creates
and reflecting
images that
because
don't
normally I
exist,
tend to be
possible, probable,
too scientific
desirable,
in my ways of
or
reasoning
undesirable
and understanding the world.
worlds. So I think
To reflect about all these topics
as artists, one, we have to take seriously the responsibility of creating images and representations and visions of the future. And two,
I feel awkward to look at myself, so we can move to the next project, which is the last one I will share with you today. And this one is called For You, For Me. Was based on the research creation project Practicing Anti-Happiness with Lucy Garet, developed with my friend Eftichia Michelakis. Here, anti-happiness is not the opposite of happiness, but a counter practice. Fire arises as a desire and connection, but also as a shared concern, a form of ecological melancholy, asking, how do we visualize internal temporalities, embracing an ecology of imaging? This film remembers my archive of performances, videos, and footage from 2021 until 2025, linking it to a collective reading shared between me and my friend Eftichia of Lucy Garet's essay, Sharing the Fire, Outline of a Dialectics of Sensitivity, 2019. And through this interweaving, text and image are recontextualized. Resisting closure, linearity, and any form of mastery. Here the text is a composition of personal and interpersonal reflections in connection with Garet's text. Here the sound was made by my sister friend Konstantina Tsayani. I want to thank my sister friend artist Gaia Debussy, who appears here and is here with us today, with whom I have co-developed many projects. So every project arises as the composition of a nomadic faceless face, a virtual body replace my presentation with a project that doesn't exist yet. It is only have a title, and it's called Reverse 2026. How do our schools teach us how to be post-human? I hope to show it to you in the future, because it doesn't exist now. Thank you.
Evcharisto. Thank you, Evangelia. That was really interesting. I really think that there is something that maybe we will discuss about presentations versus presentation or representation, how you do that. And so the next panelist is Camille Alquier-Azan, who will talk with the presentation. The title is My Minotaurus, Love, an Artistic Subversive Misappropriation, Conversing with Braidotti's Thought on Positive Desire.
Hello. Yes, thanks. Perfect. I'm trying to understand here. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. So, first, I want to thank the organization team for their work, the interpretation team, translation team too, and the public for being here. I am honored to be able to present my work and very happy to meet everyone's research on this great event around Rosi Braidotti. I am a visual artist and a PhD researcher in visual arts at the Pantheon-Sorbonne University. I am currently conducting a research creation thesis, a format of academic research that focuses on personal artistic expression. The academic research linked to it is therefore based on an interdisciplinary approach using social sciences to understand the contemporary societal problematics involved in the ongoing artistic practice. My mediums are mostly painting, photography, and digital art. As part of my thesis, I focus on an unexpected, almost absurd appropriation of the hybrid figure of the Minotaur to express love and desire feelings, as well as curiosity for the other. The general question I want to answer today is, how can this subversive interpretation of the Minotaur, usually understood as a bestial, violent being, archetype of a destructive manliness, translate by Braidotti's positive approach to desire? I will present here a reflection in progress as my own artistic practice evolves. No? Okay. So this was introduction. Good. For start, I will replace the notions of negative and positive desires in their context. Judith Butler, deeply influenced by Hegel and psychoanalysis, has largely contributed to reshaping the notion of negative desire. She has argued that desire is not simply directed toward an object, but is instead constituted through social prohibition and norms. If the ego is composed of identification, and identification is the resolution of desire, then the ego is the residue of desire, the effect of incorporations, which Freud argues in the ego and the id, a lineage of attachment and loss. Only on the condition of a separation enforced through prohibition does a subject emerge, formed through the attachment to prohibition in obedience to it, but eroticizing it. Identification appears to be a resolution to desire in that it gives at least an illusion of sameness in the other. That's my interpretation. However, Butler advances here that subjection is due to the understanding of an impossibility. What produces the very desire, that it owes its existence to, is a lack. Desire would therefore necessarily come from a negative impulse willing to be fulfilled. A vexation of desire, one that proves crucial to subjection, implies that for the subject to persist, the subject must thwart its own desire. Butler shows an inextricable triangle in her understanding of desire, involving the interrelation of subordination and power by which a subject is allowed to be formed. The desire experienced from the subject, then, would only depend on prohibition produced by those power dynamics. Negative desire is then desire that emerges in and through what is forbidden, repressed, or socially objected. It is shaped by the laws, norms, and taboos that structure subjectivity, often leading to a paradoxical attachment to what cannot be had or what threatens the coherence of the self. Now let's see what Rosi Braidotti has to say about this. Admittedly, desire does play a role in Butler's thought, but it is a negative, mournful theory of desire which understates the role and the impact of pleasure on the constitution of the subject and sidesteps the question of the unconscious. For Braidotti, desire is not only the effect of an imprisonment. Desire is about pleasure. It is the basis of curiosity, one that is not interested, but that we experience as a potential augmentation instead of a fulfillment. It is about potentiality, creativity, and the generative force of becoming. Butler has a rather static understanding of the materiality of the embodied subject. Matter has neither memory nor dynamic force of its own, certainly none outside a symbolic that is ruled by lack and negativity. Braidotti, as new materialist, sees desire as a life-affirming, transformative power that is embodied. It propels subjects toward new forms of subjectivity and relationality inside a physical world that gives less priority to consciousness. Positive desire is therefore productive, not reactive. It is about what we can become, not what we lack or are forbidden. She goes on citing Gilles Deleuze, himself influenced by Spinoza, giving a clue to the concrete corporeal effects of positive desire through joy. For Deleuze, the selection of the forces of becoming is regulated by an ethics of joy and affirmation which functions through the transformation of negative into positive passions. These imply the repetition of pleasure and the avoidance of sadness and of the relations that express sadness. The selection of the composite positive passions constitutes space of becoming or corporeal affects. These are essentially a matter of affinity. Being able to enter a relation with another entity whose elements appeal to one produces a joyful encounter. So, now, how does Braidotti's theory of desire, as I understand it, resonate with my own personal artistic expression? To begin with, it is important to give you the big lines of my work. First, I happen to express feelings of loving desire. Second, I happen to use an emblematic hybrid figure to embody my object of loving desire. Third, this emblematic figure has originally nothing to do with loving desire. We usually call this character the Minotaur. So, here is a first painting I made. It is actually a self-portrait here in the back, outshined with this beast, half human, half bull, and androgenic. The scene takes place in a famous religious monument in Cordoba, Spain. Originally from a French southern village close to the Catalan border, my imaginary is largely influenced by Spain, Andalusian architecture, as well as medieval troubadour refined love through zoopoetics, and last but not least, the surrealist movement from the 20th century. All these influences shape an inner world, both erotic and animal. On the second painting, we find our sweet lover again, here taking a bath. The idea was originally rather humoristic, diverting this horrible mythical monster into a harmless being that I would feel close to. A monster, yes, but an eroticized male body for my own gaze. Here a last painting, portraying my friend in a casual seaside setting. So why can it be funny somehow? It is a very brutal and manly monster in most interpretations. The fact I am compromising both its presumed manliness and brutality simply works as a form of contestation against violence. I happen to love some men. I am not against manliness, I am against an identitarian ideal of manliness that is in full rupture with everything that is not considered manly. And I am using its very symbolics to express my feelings. Now, before we go back to Braidotti, it seems appropriate to briefly introduce the Minotaur in its primary meaning. The Minotaur, as we can see on this Roman mosaic, is a monster half man, half bull from the ancient Greek mythology, imprisoned in the labyrinth imagined by Daedalus. The Minotaur gets killed by the hero Theseus with the help of Ariadne, who gave him a red thread to find his way out of the labyrinth. In the 1930s, with the surrealist movement in Europe that brought myths and anthropological interest up to date, Picasso appropriated this monstrous figure to portray himself as a bestial man, obeying his primal instincts, giving the Minotaur a great notoriety of sexual assaulter. We can see here scenes depicting violent aggressions and sometimes rapes upon his mistresses. The Minotaur was born from the union of Pasiphae, queen of Crete, and a divine bull sent from Poseidon. The scene is depicted here by the painter Gustave Moreau, and here on an illumination of medieval ages. This fact of the bull being the father of the Minotaur united with a woman reinforces the symbolic association we make of what we may be called a proper man with a strong sexualized bull. Pilar Albarracin, Spanish feminist artist, mocks the cultural dominance of the bull as a worshipped example of manliness in the civilian culture, showing herself in a bed with him, seemingly after sexual relations. As another example of manly symbolics attached to the ball-sea bull, here we can see the famous charging bull sculpture from Arturo di Modica in Wall Street, New York City, symbolizing financial power. Referring to the Spanish corrida, the ethnologist Michel Leiris compares himself, literally, as a man with a bull. The bull has always been a symbol of power, and many different peoples have incorporated it into their religions. Thus, Leiris chooses to affirm, along with its mythical and religious character, the fundamental quality of the animal, this power whose painful flip side, experienced by Michel Leiris, both in his intellectual and political commitments and in his sexual reality, constitutes one of his leitmotifs: I have no virility. The animal, the bull, is so consistently associated with virility that it does seem absurd or simply humoristic to do the opposite. It is now the metaphor by excellence of a powerful man. Using a metaphor, though, according to Rosi Braidotti, gives very little space for the animal to exist for us in its own subjectivity. Isn't the animal here a little bit overshadowed with an extremely anthropocentric approach? In other words, are we really talking about a bull? So, Braidotti, defending her nomadic subjectivity, strongly opposes mere metaphors regarding the non-human. Intimately related to a positive approach of desire, she expresses the importance of giving animals their body back, allowing them to be understood as autonomous, insondable beings that we can welcome as other possibilities in our own perception, which leads us inevitably to phenomenological thinking. The conception of animality is strongly dependent on a prior conception of subjectivity that we give ourselves and in relation to which the animal is inevitably situated. In other words, the more human subjectivity is thought of as a transcendental ego, the less likely the animal is to appear as anything other than a purely ecstatic existence. Are we then condemned to be using animal as a simple copy of ourselves? Is the symbolic approach inevitable? Indeed, the animal presents an appearance that is not only visible, but also acts as representation, and moreover does not function as a conventional or abstract sign, but rather as a transformation of an element of visible appearance into a symbol. Thus, the antlers of the deer or the tusks of the boar, which have become tools for display, or the image of a hyper-powerful fighter, power is represented here, mythical in a way. If the appearance of animal is a way of communicating between us humans, just like the bull as a manly representation, then can we address the inner animal experience? How could we, through the very act of representing animal, exercise a nomadic approach by which we would comprehend more than human ways for physical perception. To quote Butler again, shortly, we can picture a paradoxical effect in the appropriation of an object through its very representation. Representation is itself implicated in melancholia, that is, the effort to represent, that is at an infinite distance from its object, which is very important for me as an artist to consider it, for I work with representation. So, we tend to forget sometimes the power of the imaginary. If we are indeed bound to our own perception and representation of non-human animal, it doesn't mean that we would necessarily do it in an anthropocentric way. Animal can always act as an autonomous character and loaded, for example in this medieval scene, with the power of physical erotic evocation in humans. And for that, I invite you to look at Eliza Zinges's work in the matter of medieval and the role of the birds, physical role of the birds in the erotic evocation of love feelings. In dreams, animal is blessed bread. As mysterious as we understand them, they play a major role without losing their integrity. Here Braidotti says that Todorov argues that the power of the fantastic resides mostly in being able to produce literal representation of figural or metaphorical states. Metamorphoses and mutations are thus the staple diet of fantastic literature, and their power of appeal rests on the collapse of the mind-matter distinction. So here is a photograph that I made, a self-portrait portraying a dreamy scene in which I use medieval references to address love feelings for a beloved being surrealistically depicted by the bull horns in the corner. A bit absurd too, because the bull cannot find himself in this position. On this second self-portrait, I used the same horns painted on my body to evoke an erotic, intimate blend with animal as part of my own flesh. We can see maybe the horns on my chest. In the imaginary, animal is then comprehended as one with oneself. We may feel animal, because it's all about feeling. Feel bull with a specific body heat, maybe grunts, non-verbal expression that has a possibility of refinement through the refinement of the feeling. I personally love to grunt, like the bull. So, for Butler, the other operates as estrangement of the self as soon as we desire to be blended with it. Not only the bodily exteriority of the other offends the initial self-consciousness, but its own estrangement from itself. This estrangement is not to be understood solely in terms of the fact of the other as an independent freedom, but also as the self-estrangement implicit in the experience of desire. As an intentional movement, desire tends to eclipse the self that is its origin. Enthralled with this object, the desiring self can only regard itself as estranged. But as I understood, this estrangement is exactly what Rosi Braidotti wants somehow, no? The process of trans-species nomadism or morphological hybridity is loaded with sexuality in that it entails the erasure of and the transgressing of bodily boundaries. Here is a third photograph of mine called Shyness, in which we can see two characters hidden in bamboo trees in another absurd display that expresses a will of comprehending a living form that anyway seems sort of absurd to me, which is an extremely close approach to a childish curiosity. So, oh yeah, maybe you didn't see because it's quite hidden, but here in the bottom we have self-portrait. We can see myself hidden in bamboos, and if you look closely and to the right, you see a bull again in the bamboos the way birds would do. In this series of photographs, we have another hide-and-seek game. I am indeed in the banana tree, so it's sometimes hard to see. We have a banana tree on the right, and I am hidden in it, if you can see it. Good, sometimes people don't, so. Watching from the outside a Minotaurian character in the inside that we see on the left, secretly wishing to meet him. A meeting that finally happens in the banana tree. Thank you. A date. Where the hybrid human-non-human character appears as an imagined possibility of becoming. Now, referring to Deleuze and Guattari, Braidotti argues the becoming animal undoes one of the major borders of the metaphysics of the self, scrambling the distinction between human and non-human. It opens up the borders to encounters of the third and even the nth kind. The becoming animal turns into the becoming insect, molecular, imperceptible. It not only engages in dialogue with the classical other of man, the monster within, the Dr. Jekyll, the beast, but it also frees the animal from the anthropocentric gaze altogether. And to open our thinking with another contemporary theory, very shortly, Myriam Barafou addresses the environmental crisis as a desire crisis that is rooted in the omnipresence of a manly desire conquest, evoking quite literally Picasso's Minotaur somehow. She argues that eroticism is a mode of living connecting to the non-human in a corporeal way that does not come from a sexual impulse. And I'm going to go very short because it's to close my presentation. I just wanted to show you an ongoing project that is in the same vein but a little more experimental. A totally absurd digital space, palace, where androgenic minotaurs live, as an invitation to an eroticized imaginary of the becoming animal, the becoming hybrid, the remaining crazy. Braidotti's thought deeply resonates for me with an ongoing reflection on my own relationship to animal representation. In the beginning of this presentation, I have shown you the Minotaur as misappropriation, actually representing my desire for a manly body the way I would want it to be, not destructive. Advancing through time, I have been confronted with the way I used animal as a metaphor, maybe as an artist. I incorporated positive desire and nomadic theory with my own deep, ancient desire of meeting with a non-human as part of my own way of experience life, body, and emotions. This theory encourages fluidity, love for the monstrous, against political binaries, and reversing perceptions with a female post-human gaze. In this understanding, a half-man, half-bull creature is not dangerous, it's just beautiful. Thank you.
Merci Camille, thank you. I really appreciate the irony also as an entrance. So the next, the title. So the final panelist is Andrés Centeno Cardoso with a paper called Figuration somathétique, somato-esquisse d'une subjectivité post-humaine.
C'est plutôt là, non? Hop. Non. Ah ouais, voilà. Et là, je regarde. Ouais. C'est ça. Là, ça arrive pas. Ah voilà. Oui, non, c'est... Oui, il faut appuyer. Ouais, bonjour. Je voulais vous remercier d'être ici. Remercier aussi... le comité qui a organisé cet événement et l'équipe technique aussi qui nous accompagne et évidemment Rossi Braidotti d'être venu ici dialoguer avec nous. Je tenais juste avant de commencer à vous dire que je pense donc que cette intervention en français aussi comme une petite ouverture pour glisser la pensée de Rosi Braidotti en français, parce que, comme vous le savez peut-être déjà, l'œuvre de Braidotti n'est pas du tout traduite en français, on trouve très très peu de choses, donc c'est aussi une manière d'inciter la pensée braidottienne donc à venir dans la langue française. Donc, nous avançons sur un terrain humide, instable et accidenté. En effet, la question que je voudrais aborder avec vous aujourd'hui requiert une prudence extrême, car ses conséquences ont de multiples ramifications. Tout excès de vitesse, ainsi que tout manque d'audace, pourrait nous mener vers des situations non seulement indésirables, mais même catastrophiques. Il s'agit d'un problème généralement double, dont les aspects sont étroitement liés. Au lieu de les séparer, j'ai choisi de les traiter ensemble sous une même figuration conceptuelle. Commençons toutefois par distinguer momentanément ces deux problèmes à des fins purement méthodologiques. D'un côté, il y aura la question du sujet, voilà, et de la subjectivité, et de l'autre, celle du corps, ou plutôt des corps. En ce qui concerne la subjectivité, c'est sa pertinence tant sur le plan théorique que sur celui de ses faits pratiques qui est en jeu. En effet, depuis au moins quelques décennies, certaines voix plaident en faveur de l'abolition définitive des notions de sujet et de subjectivité, jugées des fois trop anachroniques, trop imprécises, trop restrictives, pour rendre compte des processus complexes qu'elles prétendent expliquer. Quant au corps, il vacille entre deux discours, celui de sa dénaturalisation, technologique, biochimique, cybernétique ou autre, qui affirme que les corps n'existaient plus, et celui de sa renaturalisation, qui tisse bien évidemment un lien étroit avec la nature, mais aussi avec des vieux concepts tels que l'essence et l'identité, celles-ci comprises notamment en opposition à la différence. Dans ces contextes, et afin d'analyser cette problématique en profondeur, je voudrais proposer comme point d'ancrage, le concept de somathèque, sûrement esquissé par le chercheur et écrivain Paul B. Preciado, comme une archive politique vivante, afin de l'inscrire dans un débat plus large autour du post-humanisme critique et d'établir ainsi un dialogue avec la pensée de Rosi Braidotti. Pour Preciado, la subjectivité, telle que nous la connaissons, est constituée de forces multiples et hétérogènes, qui ne peuvent être ni unifiées ni homogénéisées. C'est la raison pour laquelle il propose de renoncer au concept traditionnel des sujets, je cite, fiction dominante de la modernité patriarcale et coloniale, ainsi qu'à celui des corps, qu'il juge trop unitaire et imprégné du binârisme corps-esprit. Braidotti, de son côté, n'est pas indifférente à la situation problématique du sujet, ni à son héritage moderne, mais elle nous avertit qu'au lieu de simplement nous débarrasser de toute subjectivité, il est important de nous situer à partir d'elle comme point de départ, car renoncer définitivement au sujet reviendrait à renoncer également à une perspective située, et avec celle-ci, à toute possibilité d'analyse féministe, antiraciste ou décoloniale. À la place, elle nous propose non pas un sujet, mais des subjectivités post-humaines incarnées, conçues comme des œuvres en cours de construction, capables de remettre en question la représentation conventionnelle que nous avons érigée de l'humain. Il ne s'agirait donc pas de renoncer entièrement à la subjectivité, mais de s'y abandonner sans la moindre critique. À cet égard, un aspect fondamental à ne pas négliger dans les perspectives de Braidotti et Preciado est précisément la place occupée par le corps, ce qui nous permet d'estomper la frontière méthodologique entre subjectivité et corporéité, signalée au début, et de travailler conjointement sur ces deux notions. En effet, tant Braidotti que Preciado soulignent le fait que les corps se trouvent aujourd'hui immergés dans un réseau techno-organique de données et de circuits, d'organes et de peaux, de muscles et d'interfaces. Tandis que Preciado met l'accent sur le corps en tant que système techno-vivant, territorialisé par différents modèles somatopolitiques dont l'effet est la production de subjectivité, Braidotti concentre ses efforts sur une réflexion qui tient compte du caractère matériellement incarné d'une subjectivité en devenir. La question fondamentale est donc la suivante. Comment aborder et analyser avec précision ce que nous appelions autrefois le corps et la subjectivité sans ignorer l'ampleur et la profondeur des changements qui les traversent? La réponse à cette question exige une dose importante de créativité conceptuelle qui nous permettent, comme souligne Preciado, d'articuler une nouvelle notion de l'appareil somatique. Braidotti conçoit cette créativité conceptuelle en termes de figuration, figurations. Il s'agit d'un terme emprunté à Donna Haraway pour réfléchir à de nouvelles formes de représentation, à de nouveaux imaginaires collectifs, à de nouvelles pratiques épistémologiques alternatives et des processus de devenir dans lesquels nous sommes immergés, sans faire appel ni à l'homogénéité ni à l'universalité. L'enjeu, selon les termes de Braidotti, est de comprendre que nous sommes toutes et tous impliqués dans cette situation, mais que nous ne sommes pas une seule et même chose. Dans la mesure où les notions traditionnelles des corps et des sujets sont fortement remises en question, cet exercice de figuration que je vous présente s'apparente à un numéro d'équilibriste qui consiste à se situer à mi-chemin sans chercher une stabilité totale ni se laisser tomber dans le vide. Je propose d'appeler cet exercice une figuration somathétique afin de condenser dans les concepts de somathèque les devenirs et les hétérogénéités de ce que nous avons jusqu'à présent appelé corps et sujet, sans pour autant chercher à faire référence à un modèle unique ou normatif d'eux. La notion de somathèque, proposée donc par Paul Preciado, vise à souligner ces principes d'égarement des multiplicités d'organes, mais aussi des connexions prothétiques de toutes sortes, et en même temps s'éloigner d'une organisation unitaire, rigide, sous-jacente à la notion latine de corpus, issue du grec soma, qui désigne à l'origine un certain regroupement d'organes, et du suffixe teke, donc lieu de dépôt et d'archivage. La somathèque est orientée vers l'invention transformatrice, le devenir et les connexions rhizomatiques. Par rapport au corps, elle constitue un effort de compréhension onto-épistémologique de la corporéité, non pas comme un objet passif, victime impuissante du pouvoir potestas, mais comme un flux d'intensité, un assemblage d'archives politiques vivantes. Il en va de même pour son rapport à la subjectivité. Dans son effort pour abandonner les concepts des sujets, Preciado fait appel à la puissance, potentia, de ce que nous continuons de nommer sujet, à sa résistance, certes, mais aussi et surtout à sa créativité somathétique. La somathèque manque toutefois d'un développement théorique plus précis et exhaustif que Preciado n'a pas proposé jusqu'à présent, de sorte qu'un exercice de figuration somathétique consiste en fait à imaginer la somathèque telle qu'elle pourrait être et sous les formes dans lesquelles elle pourrait répondre aux enjeux évoqués. La notion de somathèque que je voudrais vous proposer ici invite donc à un exercice d'abandon, de transformation et de récupération. Elle relève le défi posé par les axes problématiques du corps et de la subjectivité, se situant donc à mi-chemin entre la dénaturalisation et la renaturalisation du corps, sans céder à l'une ni à l'autre, et en adhérant à la critique post-humaine du sujet sans tomber dans sa dissolution totale. Une figuration somathétique supposera une attention particulière, d'une part, au défi de rendre compte des changements dans les structures de la subjectivité et de l'imaginaire social, sans devenir une référence mélancolique à l'ancien sujet humaniste, et d'autre part, à l'importance de se situer à partir de la dimension incarnée, sans reproduire la fiction unitaire du corps. Ainsi, pour esquisser les contours de cette somathèque, je voudrais me concentrer sur 4 aspects fondamentaux que je vous propose comme des points cartographiques dans cet exercice de figuration. Il s'agit de l'interaction, de la mémoire, de la localisation et de l'invention somathétique. Le premier point est donc la relation, l'interaction, qui trouve son point de départ dans l'accent mis par Braidotti dans les interactions qui produisent nos subjectivités. Si, comme le souligne Braidotti, nous sommes le résultat d'un flux de rencontres qui nous dépasse et dont nous ne sommes pas tout à fait responsables, L'on pourrait pousser ces constats encore plus loin, jusqu'à affirmer, à l'aide de Karen Barad, philosophe et spécialiste en physique quantique, que dans la figuration somathétique, il ne serait même pas question d'interaction, mais plutôt d'interaction. Comme l'explique Barad, la notion d'interaction, contrairement à celle plus familière d'interaction, ne suppose pas l'existence antérieure d'entités ou de relata indépendants de la relation. La somathèque que j'essaye d'esquisser, c'est ainsi la relation matérialisée elle-même, une subjectivité processuelle d'interaction. Cela explique, par exemple, pourquoi il nous est si difficile de penser en dehors ou en deçà des notions classiques de corps et de subjectivité, car, comme l'affirme Braidotti, je cite, « Nous sommes immanents aux circonstances même que nous essayons de changer ». La priorité accordée à la relation dans les interactions permet également de mieux comprendre la somathèque comme étant un enchaînement de processus de négociation, ou, pour reprendre encore les termes de Braidotti, comme, je cite, une cartographie fictive de nombreux niveaux à un seul moi socialement opérationnel. Cette cartographie interactive n'est ni une métaphore ni une entité abstraite, mais une somathèque matériellement incarnée, socialisée et localisée. Elle s'apparente aux subjectivités nomades braidottiennes dans la mesure où elle est également un processus de déplacement et non pas un résultat abouti, ainsi qu'un assemblage où se conjuguent les instances actives et réactives du pouvoir. L'accent est toutefois mis sur cette convergence relationnelle qui produit et relie les assemblages somathétiques, les composant à la manière d'archives, car si l'on suit la définition de Preciado, la somathèque est une archive, ou plutôt des archives vivantes. Les archives permettent à la somathèque d'intégrer les influences externes et, à leur tour, de les conserver, de les déformer ou les préserver, les remanier, les déployer ou éventuellement même les supprimer. En ce sens, le rôle fondamental est de constituer les supports matériels sur lesquels repose toute possibilité de subjectivité incarnée, à savoir la mémoire. Et voilà donc le deuxième aspect, parce que lorsque je souligne que les archives somathétiques constituent le support de la mémoire, j'entends pas dire que la somathèque était structurée selon un principe logocentré, comme si les archives s'assumeraient un ensemble de documents écrits. Nous savons que les archives, on l'a vu tout à l'heure, existent sous plusieurs formats et que les processus de composition et de convergence archivistique sont eux-mêmes multiples et hétérogènes. La somathèque, tout comme les sujets post-humains, n'est donc pas une structure linguistiquement structurée. La proposition d'une somathèque d'archives n'est pas non plus une métaphore, comme soulignait Preciado, parce que porter un nom, avoir une histoire, c'est façonner un corps implique un ensemble de prothèses somatopolitiques qui sont très concrètes. C'est en partie cette dimension matérielle à laquelle je fais référence lorsque l'on parle d'archives. Ainsi, la somathèque est, comme le souligne Braidotti, par rapport au corps, une sorte de registre vivant, une mémoire incarnée qui collecte, qui conserve, traite et utilise les informations qu'elle reçoit, mais elle est également un ensemble de prothèses qui nous accompagnent et se greffent à nos corporités. Tout cela dit, il me semble utile de voir et voire nécessaire d'injecter une dose de prudence concernant l'aspect prothétique de la somathèque. Les post-humanistes ont mis en évidence que les corps, même les plus anthropomorphiques, ne sont jamais complètement humains, que leurs frontières sont plus perméables que nous les pensons, et que leurs interactions, ou plutôt leurs interactions, avec des appareils tant internes qu'externes, brouillent constamment les limites de ce que nous pourrions tenter d'appeler nos corps. Or, considérer la somathèque comme un simple assemblage prothétique, prétendument illimité, nous conduirait à des dynamiques potentiellement nihilistes, ou pire encore, eugénistes, où aucune partie n'aurait vraiment d'importance, puisqu'elle pourrait être remplacée, améliorée ou abandonnée à volonté. Il est donc fondamental d'envisager les limites somathétiques qui permettent non pas simplement de préserver la fiction d'un moi, mais surtout d'établir un cadre ontologique et éthique pour aborder la question des liens et des responsabilités envers les autres et envers soi-même, et qui n'est pas annulé par une prétendue corporité prothétique infinie. Comme le rappelle Braidotti, je cite, « L'amélioration prothétique est une chose, le fantasme de toute puissance en est une autre ». En ce sens, une approche somathétique devrait nous aider à ne pas tomber dans la reneutralisation essentialiste du corps, sans pourtant chercher adhérer au fantasme d'une corporité purement prothétique et dénaturalisée. En ce qui concerne la mémoire, que la somatique soit un assemblage d'archives matériellement incarnées suppose également en termes corporels, et comme nous le rappelle Braidotti, que le corps est un messager qui, je cite, comme on a vu déjà la citation tout à l'heure, c'est un messager qui transporte des milliers de systèmes de communication cardiovasculaire, respiratoire, visuel, acoustique, tactile, olfatif, hormonal, psychique, émotionnel, érotique. Et c'est un réseau donc de connexions qui soutient et donne vie aux archives somathétiques et par conséquent à la mémoire incarnée qu'il constitue. Et cette mémoire compose à son tour ce qui permet une cohésion interne de toute subjectivité. Si la mémoire donc est une mémoire incarnée, cela signifie qu'elle doit être située quand cette incarnation s'inscrit et se déplace dans le temps et dans l'espace. Le troisième aspect est donc la localisation. La localisation, nous appelle Braidotti, n'est pas simplement le fruit d'une volonté individuelle. Il s'agit d'un espace partagé et construit collectivement, car les figurations somathétiques tracent des cartes matérielles, des relations, des mouvements, des déplacements, libres ou forcés. Et les archives somathétiques sont des localisations, puisqu'elles composent spatialement la somathèque et créent des espaces là où la somathèque se matérialise. Penser la somathèque à partir de localisation implique de prendre en compte les déplacements et les différences. La localisation est donc importante et bien qu'elle ne constitue jamais une destination finale dans le devenir somathétique, elle permet de la préserver de la différenciation. Tout comme Braidotti nous invite dans sa critique du devenir deleuzien à ne pas négliger la différence sexuelle, je voudrais proposer à ce propos de penser en termes de différences situées qui nous obligent à prendre en compte les enjeux des classes, des genres, des races qui traversent, localisent, constituent la somathèque sans tomber dans les pièges des binarismes et des essentialismes. Une différence localisée suppose en effet la possibilité d'un mouvement actuel ou virtuel, sans oublier que nos matérialités n'habitent pas une nébuleuse immatérielle, mais des lieux concrets et en mutation. Enfin, pour conclure, je voudrais m'attarder sur ce qui me semble être le pivot autour duquel s'articule l'existence d'archives somathétiques, à savoir l'invention. Dans les débats visant à conserver ou à abolir la notion de sujet, se cache la question de la possibilité ou impossibilité d'émergence de nouvelles subjectivités, c'est-à-dire la création de cet espace pour la part des sans-parts, comme dirait Jacques Rancière. Il s'agit ainsi d'une question fondamentale pour les figurations somathétiques, car cela suppose un exercice d'imagination matérielle dans lequel les interactions génèrent la possibilité de détour, de déviation, d'ouverture, aussi minime soit-elle, vers de nouvelles somathèques. En partie, signale Paul Preciado, ce que l'on appelle parfois la surréalité de l'espèce, on pourrait dire la surréalité tout court, aura davantage à voir avec notre capacité collective à produire une nouvelle somathèque en dehors des taxonomies politiques classiques. En ce sens, que les archives somathétiques entretiennent des liens étroits avec la mémoire ne veut pourtant pas dire que la somathèque puisse être réduite à une forme de réservoir des souvenirs du passé. Au contraire, il faudrait concevoir fondamentalement la somathèque comme une opération de futurisation, issue des interactions des somato-archives, la quête de ces futurs qui ne sont pas là, mais dont l'actualisation dépend de la puissance inventive de nos figurations somathétiques. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, merci, Efkaristo et gracias. C'était langue. Donc, s'il y a des questions déjà, on a une vingtaine de minutes, mais un peu moins peut-être.
Hello, I want to address this to Evangelina. I'm very interested in your use of the Minotaur because I think there's a question of agency there. Within Greek mythology, which part of you was animal mattered. So the centaur is half horse, half human. The most famous centaur is Chiron, who is the big teacher. He teaches a lot of the big figures in mythology. Satyrs are half man, half animal. Circe turns Odysseus' men into pigs and says they have to keep their human brain while being pigs. So they have this kind of humiliation of being trapped with human subjectivity in an animal's body and not be able to speak. And the Minotaur, of course, is half man, half bull, but he's the part of him that has personhood is the bull part. So he is, and I've been trying to work out what I wanted to say to you. I wanted to say that across these myths, animalization repeatedly functions as a technology of depoliticalization. To lose speech is to lose your personhood, and to retain speech, and this is why the satire is important for me, to retain speech and being animalized is to have domination excused. So you've got both, you know. And these distinctions are not moral accidents. They encode how power is managed across bodies, myths, and agency and responsibility. That's my thought.
Thank you for your remark. Yes, it's very important what you say. And for the myth of the Minotaur, specifically, he is also deprived of freedom. He is in this labyrinth and eating human beings, which makes it the relationship between animal and human here is seen as a thing that is so transgressive in a way that that is impensable. We cannot think of such a horror, and so we make it, and even the most terrible monster that exists, among others. And so this, but it doesn't make sense if we think about it. Biologically, the bull eats grass, and the human being is omnivorous but doesn't eat other humans. No, no, of course not. Yeah. It is supposed to. I mean, it speaks to directly to emotions in my understanding of it, like fear. All of a sudden, it is the mythical place. Yeah. Thanks.
If there are no questions straight away, I have one question to the four of you, which is also related to the title of this session, which is the idea of representation. And I thought that, especially in the artworks, but also what you said, Andres, at the end about the idea of Rosi Bradotti's figuration, there is something about how you visualize or present something that is related also to Deleuze and his work on figurations and Bacon and the logic of logique de la sensation. So how you navigate with this possibility or difficulty to say or represent something, but not representing it.
Very good question. The film that I just showed was really trying to answer, because I work with scientists and they just could not understand what I was trying to do. So in response to that, I created this film, and I thought it was going to be simple, but by the time it was easy to explain ecosystem services, that's done in 2 seconds. But when it came to expressing what the sitting in a within a room and expressing subjective feelings and thoughts of a walk, then I did not really want to destroy that. But actually, by creating the imagery, it was actually my process to actually assimilate what was being said. So in fact, the process to express through imagery was more of a process of my own. And so, in a sense, I don't really see this film as really being artistic, because the art was in the walk and the process of the speaking of their feelings of what it was. But I think this is it complicates the expressing of the subject, subjectivity in a nomadic way is difficult.
Thank you for your question. I think that representation means identity, and Rosie highlighted also yesterday that identity is problematic, and in terms of imagery, it means that A equals B, but if we want a rhizomatic logic to question this, we need to add more elements. For example, I'm not interested in documenting through photography, because this means I can capture closer, and I feel for me it's more critical and more playful if I see the image as a source of potentialities where I can activate and mobilize immaterialities like invisible layers such as our thinking and feeling. It enables feminist and post-feminist values. So yes, it's a form of resistance towards it.
So about representation, and actually to me it works like an evocation of a feeling. So it's okay for. It is anyway impossible to grab something, especially for my subject about animal. So the only thing I can do as an artist is to represent this feeling, and even it is completely free once I made something. So I don't know what I can say about this, except that it is somehow satisfying to produce something that I feel is sort of corresponding to what I wanted to express. And at the same time, it's never exactly what I wanted, but that's what's actually magic. It's a process, never ending, and always changing. Feelings are changing all the time. So, yeah, if it answers your question.
Moi, je ne suis pas artiste, donc je ne peux pas parler à partir d'œuvres, mais en tout cas, en philosophie, évidemment, une toute une longue tradition pour échapper à tout ce qui est la représentation. Mais c'est difficile parce qu'effectivement, on contourne la chose et on revient de toute façon. Moi, la seule chose que je peux dire, c'est que peut-être justement l'idée des figurations permet une certaine mobilité, un certain déplacement. Je pense aussi à cette idée d'être légèrement à côté. Il y a le concept de Klinam en philosophie, qui est donc cette petite déviation minimale. Donc, échapper un peu à la représentation, ça ne veut pas dire faire tout à fait autre chose, mais faire quelque chose légèrement à côté, échapper à un certain moule ou une certaine façon faite, mais voilà. Non pas refaire le monde, mais des petites choses, des petits gestes. Voilà.
Dernier moment, tu veux bien? Comme tu veux, comment est-ce que tu es à l'aise?
Je vais là et je parle en espagnol. So I stick to the English, otherwise we all go nuts. I'm kind of reaching brain death, so if I start singing in a moment, it's because I've gone. Amazing, thank you. Very coherent, holds together really well. Don't even know where to begin. Just two real remarks that actually apply to other moments of this amazing conference. the parallelism between philosophy, arts, and sciences, which is so central to Deleuze's vision of philosophy, and is so central to all transdisciplinary or post-disciplinary fields of thinking, like feminism. They're all ways of accessing forms and modes of intensity which then need to be formatted. And philosophy formats your perceptions of knowledge as concepts, the arts as precepts and perceptions, and sciences as protocols or practices. It's funny how Deleuze reduces science to a checklist of to-dos, and anybody who has worked in labs, you will know that that's exactly what happens. And the parallelism is a real serious warning that Deleuze and Guattari sent to the university already in the early 80s. They're saying something terribly important about the pyramid of knowledge that we have inherited from the 20th century, the first part of the 20th century, and then the reorganization of the university in the 1940s. It's saying that that way of organizing knowledge no longer holds. It's saying something that is proving dramatic now in the European education system, the separation of art schools, of musical academy, of fine arts academy from research universities. That was a present to the Google labs. Just there, you have a present to the tech firms who have created places where the things are completely mixed up. And if a media student has the choice of doing an MA in media studies in a research university or doing a semester in a Google lab anywhere in the world, if the student has half a brain, that student goes to the Google lab, obviously. So they have paved the way for cognitive capitalism to privatize the production of knowledge. Had they heard the message, which is the Deleuze and Guattari, What is Philosophy, is 1992. It's the book that conceptualizes the parallelism of domains which are being segregated. And it's saying this pyramid of power is killing the actual universum, the universal production of knowledge is actually harming us all. So wonderful that you can demolish that. I don't know to what an extent Paris 1 would allow that, my old faculty, good luck. But I do think that in the current crisis of the sciences humaines and the humanities, this really needs to be addressed. And in the absence of a blueprint for redesigning the humanities for the post-human era, all that is happening is that they are killing the old humanities, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time crying over them, but it is a pity that they are replacing something with nothing. It would be good if we could eliminate the old Eurocentric and patriarchal ways of thinking and replace them with something. But we are getting the barren landscapes of destruction instead. So we have to defend these old sciences humaines, although the sciences post-humaines are ready to go, and the new humanities are ready to go, and you will find them in the private sector, as environmental humanities, digital humanities, neurohumanities, creative humanities, public humanities. If you read my post-human knowledge, I make a very detailed analysis of how capitalism, cognitive capitalism, has actually reorganized knowledge already to such an extent that they do not need the university, and they certainly do not need faculties of the humanities, and that's why they're shutting them down, and they will continue to do so. So I think out of your practice, of your projects, we could come to a prototype of another way of organizing this, and so that practice-driven concept, philosophy, precepts, the arts, and practices, the sciences, all driven by something very practical, could recombine in communities of scholars. Post-disciplinarity really is the issue here. Post-19th century, good luck to us. But thank you for giving prototypes of this. The second remark I wanted to make concerns something that runs through all of your papers, is how the becoming animal, becoming water, that relationship to the non-human, the post-human elements, how that works concretely. And again, it's when you get down to the practice, when you pull the minotaurs apart, when you step into the river, that you understand how practical, how real, how non-metaphorical processes of becoming are. It's really about being able to see the unseen and hear the inaudible, to focus and concentrate. Before we go New Agey and Gwyneth Paltrow, let's stay with Deleuze's great efforts at conceptualizing this. He makes it possible for us to think the expansions of our capacity to perceive, to know, to store that knowledge, and to retrieve that knowledge is making it possible for us to think about what today I would call enhancement. It is a non-technologically mediated mode of enhancement. It's saying, think harder, look, stop and look, shut up and listen. Shut down the PowerPoints, close your eyes and think. Read and read and read and then think. So bit by bit, what the concept of the bodies without organs means undo the organization of our sensorial perceptual system and think again, reorganize. And I think practices, I see Alex is sort of nodding, and any performer, anybody who works with bodies, with dance, with music knows this. Undo a certain hierarchy of the senses. An organized body, the Oedipalized bodies, has organs in places fulfilling functions. Minotaur, brutal, raw sex. So pull that apart and reorganize it. And I was thinking, as you were speaking, I was thinking, actually, there is no soft toy in the shape of a bull. I think you should make one. So you could be very rich. And the bull-headed soft toy. Why is that shocking? When think about it, because we have organs, functions, representations. Tuck, organized body. Bodies without organs, you delink the organization and you reorganize it. We don't need to take drugs, although do if you care. We don't need massive Elon Musk-oriented human enhancement that costs you billions and is reserved for the elite. No, you don't need microchips, although that may accelerate. Okay, technological accelerationism is okay, but then make it free for everybody. Supermarkets for 50 cents. Don't make it just for the elite. But we don't need any of that to enhance the dose of perception. I think that is the genesis of the posthuman. In Deleuze, I think all of your papers have that moment where processes of becoming are almost a kind of natural is not the word, but a natural cultural continuum. It's something that we can actually within our means if we have the navigational tools to do this. And navigational tools are, of course, the cartographies, and the cartographies include a reading, which you all did, of a certain context, of a certain field of knowledge, of a certain moment in our history. But an essential part of the cartographies is the figurations. So I wanted to clarify this also in relation to Andres. For me, figurations and cartographies work together. We assess a certain field, a certain moment, a situation, and then we try to rethinking through another model, a figuration, a cuddly bull, a river that we can breathe through, or territories of bodies interacting with others in a completely harmonious kind of flowing sort of manner. Figurations, for me, have two kind of cardinal points. One is the feminist politics of location, which is also intersectional, which is grounded, which is immanence. Think from somewhere, ground yourself. Donna would say, don't do the God trick, but situated knowledges, standpoint theory, radical empiricism is feminism's great contribution to philosophy. You think from somewhere, embedded, embodied, relational, and affective. That's where feminism makes it an absolutely crucial intervention. So that's one pillar, and the other pillar is Deleuze's notion of the conceptual personae. The conceptual persona is this reorganized figuration image where you have actually undone the power mechanisms, the human, the man of reason, the normal body, because normality is a massive colonization of our bodily functions, or any kind of dominant figurations. And I think the idea of a conceptual persona, a navigational tool that allows you to think the unthink, what has not until then be thought. And I've written this somewhere, I don't remember where because I'm brain dead, but I have really three major figurations in my work: the feminist philosopher, the nomadic subject and the posthuman. I put the feminist philosopher there because, as I said yesterday, when I started my PhD in '78 at Paris 1, there were 3 books on feminist philosophy. So I was talking about something which was not represented yet, but it was empirically present in our shared perception of what the women's movement and the gay movements, as we called it then, were already doing, historically, empirically, really in the real world, but had not yet entered the modes of conceptual representation. So they are navigational, let's call it the feminist philosopher, in patterns of dissonances, the feminist philosopher, real cute. Today you couldn't possibly, there are 67 variations of feminist. Nomadic subject, what is that? And again, we start with the adjectives. I abandon the substantive and the nouns, and I'm working with the adjective. You navigate, you illuminate, you reorganize, you bring into representation. It's nothing short of revolutionary, but it's sustainable. I wanted to say, because contrary to Preciado, I love health and well-being. It's sustainable, it's nurturing, it's affirmative. But it is an alternative theory of enhancement. So next time the Peter Thiel and Elon Musk come in with technologically toxic enhancement, we can say democratic, very simple, accessible enhancement, bodies without organ. We can do that without your help, buddy, and it costs us a lot less. As accelerationists, they will say, but I can speed it up for you, and then you can say, but maybe I need to find thresholds of sustainability for the patterns by which I wish to be enhanced. Don't forget that the quantum revolution is coming, and we're going to have machinery and technologies that are going to make the submolecular level of existence perceivable to us. How? We don't know yet. How are they going to translate it back to our bodies? But we will need bodies without organ to cope with what's coming now that the AI bubble is bursting. So again, these are navigational tools that give us an ethical and a sustainable compass for the years to come. So thank you, wonderful panel.
Let's take a few minutes for a breathing break. There's no more coffee, so it's just okay. Just breathe for 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes. Then we come back to the last panel. Okay, that's 2 panels.
Yes, come up, please. Do. Hello. Well, no, the audience is not quite ready, but they are ready. And we're missing Rosie, though.
Excuse me, just one thing. I think there's been a mix-up or something. I'm not Camille. But you know, I like the idea of transforming stuff. But in the program, in the I think it's
Okay, so everybody, please. If you could please resume your seats. Marco. For our last panel today, which is called Representation Resistant and Imagination 2, because we just heard the first panel on representations, resistance, and imagination, and I'm pointing out immediately that there has been a mix-up on the program which you see here on the screen, but there's no mix-up at all on the written program. So our last panelist is Andrea Rasso and not Camille Alquiazan. But it's fine. And so I'm very pleased to chair and to facilitate this panel. We're going to, well, hear about digital play and Fourth Industrial Revolution and George Eliot, which is quite a mix. And so I'm very much looking forward to hearing from our panelists. And without further ado, so I'm going to leave you here to listen to Ada Yilmaz. So Nomadic Becomings and Digital Play, Posthuman Subjectivities in Open World Games. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Wow, it's exciting to be here. So, yes. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Arda Yilmaz and I'm a professor from Izmir University of Economics. So I came here to attend the conference to meet with Rosi Grodetti, and yes, she knows me now. Today I'm going to talk about the video games and the relationship with the posthuman approach, especially the subjectivity. I'm going to talk about the video games because I believe video games are a part of new media, and you know, media is to deliver messages, create culture, engineer culture, or follow that culture. So to understand what's been going on around the society, around the culture, so we can dig inside the video games to find out what's really been going on. But before I start my presentation,
I would like to tell you a small story. Yes. There was a Norwegian boy, meet with Matt Steen. Matt was suffering from a muscle disease, unfortunately a fatal one. Day by day, his condition worsened, and one day he was stuck on a wheelchair, even unable to go to school. His family was devastated because he spent his final moments playing a trivial video game. Besides playing video games, Matt was also sharing his ideas on his blog site called Amusement of Life. Unfortunately, Matt has passed away at the age 25, and his parents just shared a post on Matt's blog site. The message says, "Journey has come to an end." Parents thought that they sent the message totally into the void, but something miraculous happened. Emails and messages started to rain. Matt was playing a massive online multiplayer game called World of Warcraft, and he was known as Lord Ibelin, a muscular fighter and a loud member of an online community. It turns out he even had a girlfriend with whom he experienced his first kiss. At his funeral, dozens of people showed up from an online game just for Matt's memorial. In the game, hundreds joined, and there is still a monument, a memorial statue in the game just for Matt. His father says, after Matt passed, the most upsetting thing was that you'll never fall in love, have friends, or socialize. You could not contribute. You could not contribute to the society, but you proved us all wrong in a stunning way. If I knew that, I would definitely spend your limited time with you in the game. There's a book written by the father in Norwegian, but Netflix prepared a magnificent documentary called The Remarkable Life of Lord Ibelin, and I definitely suggest all of you to watch it. Matt's friends say when he logs into the game, he just runs around into the woods for half an hour, just to feel the wind on his avatar space. A boy in a wheelchair runs around with his avatar. As Miroslav Filicek points out in his book Hyperidentities, you don't need strict diets, tiring exercises, or aesthetic surgeries. To fulfill your expectations, you just need to click your mouse button or keyboard so you can achieve any identity. I believe that story would serve as an ideal introduction to my speech on the concept of rhizome, deterritorialization, and reterritorialization. Games have gone far beyond only means of entertainment. They stand out as platforms where sociocultural and ideological representations are reproduced and philosophical inquiries are made. One of the fundamental drives of Homo sapiens is play. In ancient Greek, Viking, and even cave-dwelling societies, there are evidences of turn-based games can be found. However, traditional games are undergoing a transformation due to digital advancements and the emergence of a networked society. The digital gaming industry, which is now debated as the eighth art after cinema, was considered as an entertainment tool produced for children in its early years. Accordingly, content produced for adults is limited. But it's not like that nowadays. According to the Entertainment Software Association, the average age of gamers worldwide has risen from 35 to 44, and 41% of the gamers are women. Furthermore, many games are seen to have budgets almost as large as feature films during their developments. As Espen Arsent mentions, video games are dynamic ergodic texts, and they reveal the story with interaction. Video games differ from movies and books. It changes, it shifts as you play. This means that video games are not only a field of representations, they are actually a field of experience. Today, I brought you 3 games to discuss the post-human subjectivities with the audience. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, its budget is more than $500 million. Cyberpunk 2077 with $376 million, and The Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt with over $100 million budget. They all belong to the genre of open world role-playing games. Imagine Pac-Man or Mario, where you can only play as Mario or the yellow creature that never feds up. It's like capitalism. Eats everything but never feds up. These are linear stories. Pac-Man always stays in the maze, and Mario always moves to the right. On the other hand, open world games have giant maps that allow players to reach any area whenever they want. This is the region, actually, a part of the Assassin's Creed Valhalla map. It takes more than 2 hours to run from north to all the way to the south. Role-playing games proceed with choices of player. For every time the player finishes a quest, he or she receives experience points and the player levels up. So the player spent his experience points in game skill tree. Also the game features extensive dialogue throughout the story, which unfolds based on the identity, responses, and the actions of the player avatar. For example, Assassin's Creed Valhalla has 6 different endings, while Witcher has 36, and the Cyberpunk has 7 different endings. It's all according to the player's choices. Another game, Detroit Become Human, has more than 140 endings. Such diversity actually individualizes the game experience. Even if you play the same game twice, you may come up with a different storyline. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is set in the modern era. A mega company invented a machine that allows one to reach the memories by just inserting a piece of DNA. So our main character, Layla, finds the grave of a great Viking warrior, Eivor. By using her DNA, she reaches her memories. We mainly play the game as Eivor, the Viking warrior. But Eivor is also a descendant of the god Odin. In the storyline, we occasionally control Layla to solve certain puzzles in the modern times, and we sometimes play as Odin to tackle some mythical puzzles. So the player actually plays the game in 3 levels of consciousness. By using the machine, Layla reaches Eivor, and Eivor also reaches Odin. This process is not a time travel, it's a transfer of consciousness. After logging out of the machine, Layla describes the experience as 2 minds fighting for one body. The player also connects with Layla through computer hardware. In the technocultural age, Layla becomes transcendental through technology. Thus, the subject is no longer singular and stable. Instead, it becomes fluid, entangled, and relational between the player, avatar, machine, and the mythology axis. The body is also not static. It becomes a stream of data, knowledge, consciousness, and memory. However, this structure also aims to dismantle the process of player identification. When the player identifies himself as Eivor, he faces Odin. When he identifies himself as Layla, he faced with the technological structure. The dismantling of the identification process also indicates that the game experience transforms into a post-human one. The post-human subject, as Catherine Hales points out, no longer carries a static body. It's accepted as a flow of data, knowledge, consciousness, and memory. Accordingly, the game does not provide the player a static body. The Cartesian mind-body dualism now has been transcended through technology. In many games, the game asks you whether you'd like to play with a female or male avatar. Valhalla is the same, but with a difference. While Eivor is a canon woman, the game also allows you to play as male. Moreover, you can change the gender of your Eivor in the middle of the game according to your will. I identify myself as a straight heterosexual man, and I start playing with a male character. And then in the middle of the game, I switched to a female avatar, female character, kissed a man, and even slept with another. It felt strange at first, but I made an effort to adopt the mindset and emotions of the female Eivor. I would experience the same story regardless of my avatar's gender. So even if I played with a male avatar, I would have faced the same stories. As William Gibson identifies the body as a mass of meat made of data in the book Neuromancer, I believe this is not a queer element, it's just fluidity. Similarly, in the Cyberpunk 2077, technological systems such as massive cities, artificial intelligence, implants, and cybernetics have penetrated every aspect of life. In other words, technology has gone beyond being just part of daily life. It has become daily life itself. Accordingly, anthropocentric thinking, which has placed humanity at the center of the life for thousands of years, is undergoing a rupture, transforming a data-centric culture. In Cyberpunk universe, the city represents a collective consciousness interwoven with networks, while the individual, by virtue of their biological existence, cannot become a part of this structure and therefore externalized. Consequently, in order to adapt the established technological structure, they do not hesitate to equip their bodies and selves with mechanical and digital structures when necessary, voluntarily transforming themselves into transhuman beings. The game has one motto: your body is just a body, so why don't you modify it? In the game, the player has two minds in one body. Johnny Silverhand, performed by Keanu Reeves, is accepted as a terrorist whose consciousness was captured and transferred into chip 50 years ago. The ability to store a human core independent of the body on a digital chip also shows that this self, this core, can be transferred into other bodies. Accidentally, that chip was inserted into our main character, Vincent or Valerie, depending on the gender. In Valhalla, Odin keeps whispering in Eivor's ears in decision moments. Odin was a divine figure, and his whispers carry messages accordingly. However, Vincent is a mercenary. Silverhand is a terrorist, and both of these factors influence the ethical choices that players must take. While Silverhand acts as a voice in the avatar's mind, two subjects try to claim one body. And for the player, it's a crisis of accepting the digital self or saving the ontological existence. In this universe, players are experiencing intertemporal subjectification by discovering Johnny Silverhand. Because now, being a subject can be defined not only by the ontological existence of the biological body, but also by the flow of information as a result of digitalization of consciousness. Merging Vincent and Silverhand's level of the consciousness emphasizes the discontinuity, multifaceted nature of existence, while also eluding the Cartesian philosophy. This also points out, as Professor Brodet stressed, in the postmodern age, identity and consciousness are no longer constructed in the borders of the body. It's a compilation of technology, infrastructure, digital software, and algorithms. Another aspect of posthuman subjectivity is to discuss what lies beyond anthropocentrism. In one of the tasks in Cyberpunk, the player is asked to ease autonomous taxi drivers, which goes right. Upon approaching the car, the autonomous driver says that he's neither an anomaly nor an abomination. He says that he just wants to be free and be loved. We can interpret interpret this scene as an attempt by an emotional-driven artificial intelligence to emerge as a subject and make clear claims to the right of life. This moment forces players to confront the limits of anthropocentric ethics. In the postmodern age, the responsibilities of technological devices, their potential for action, and evolving domain of technological inquiry continue to exist. And as an anecdote, there is an LP stall in the main square of the game. You can buy songs from the stall and play them while playing with your avatar. One of the bands called Cartesian Duelists. So I believe the game creators knew exactly what they were doing or referring to. In the Witcher universe, Witchers are biologically mutated fierce monster hunters. They are not born, but scientifically produced. By using certain mutagens, Witcher schools create these inhuman fighters. Although it's considered a mutant being as a result of the mental and physical changes he undergone, its mental and sensory integrity in terms of identity representations show that it has remained human. Therefore, it points not to the classical mind-body dualism, but to the cybernetic mind-body structure indicated by the Catherine Hales, where the body and mind constantly interacted with technology and dynamic and continuous state. In line with these changes, Geralt, the Witcher, transforms into a being who transcends human nature. Despite his advanced sensory and the physical abilities and his repressed emotional responses, Geralt cannot be classified as either entirely human or entirely monstrous. He is considered as post-human hybrid. On the other hand, the character of Yennefer exists as a post-human feminist critique of Cartesian dualism. Yennefer had a crooked and crippled body before she went to the Sorceress's Academy. The character's young and idealized body is constructed through magic and technological interventions, transcending the boundaries of biological nature. Within the framework of technocultural approaches, Yennefer's body, shaped, disciplined, and idealized according to generally accepted concept of beauty, serves as a powerful example of techno-feminist body politics. In this context, the body transcends its role as a mere biological carrier, positioning itself as the intersection of meaning and power. As a result of magical rituals performed on her body, Yennefer has lost her fertility. This situation also problematizes the process of creating value and meaning through body's reproductive capacity. Breaking away from the normative female identity, Yennefer positions herself as a post-human subject. Thus, instead of fixed and identified female body, she points to a transforming body form, constantly negotiated within the framework of social and cultural power norms. In conclusion, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Cyberpunk 2077, and The Witcher 3 transcend being a mere representations of post-human subjectivity. They are the media forms that dissolve and fragment the idea of subject and reconstruct it in a nomadic way. While these games destabilize the dualities like human-machine, self, other, and mind-body, they also pave the way for alternative ethics and new forms of ontological thinking styles, relying on the transformation, multiplicity, and relational existence. The player experiences a destabilization of their subjectivity through narrative branching, merging technological bodies and multiple consciousness. This experience is a process of nomadic transformation in the sense of Professor Brodaty defines it. Therefore, open-world role-playing games function as cultural laboratories. Subjectivities are divided between human and non-human existence. Bodies are technologically altered, and consciousness is multiplied or shared in these labs. The resulting ethic is not a normative moral system. As Professor Bradetti puts it, it's an affirmative ethical understanding that acknowledges plurality and difference. In our era shaped by environmental and technological crises, such experiential and speculative models of subjectivity are critical for imagining livable futures. The outcome is an affirmative ethical understanding, one that acknowledges plurality and difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much for this very dynamic presentation. And well, I would say also on the powers of inhabiting fictional worlds. And gaming as well, but in a fictional world and all the possibilities it offers, we probably will have to come back to that maybe as well as with George Eliot. But in the meantime, I'm going to leave you here to listen to your presentation, so entitled, well, it's a very long title, Virtual Characters and Posthuman Subjectivities, Cognitive and Emotional Learning in the Age of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So we are very much looking forward to hearing you.
Hello everyone, it is a sincere honor to meet you in this presentation setting today. My name is Sujin Jung. I majored in contemporary art at University Paris-1 Pantheon-Sorbonne. And I am currently active as an artist while simultaneously researching the interstices where visual arts and psychology converge. You might wonder why an artist like myself is researching the realms of education and technology. Within the massive current of the post-industrial revolution, I am searching for ways to resolve the psychological challenges faced by contemporary society through the lens of artistic insight. In fact, the contents I am presenting today was the subject of a keynote speech I delivered at the 2025 Edinovatica International Education Conference. At the time, this discussion honored profound resonance from many pedagogues and technology experts. Today, I would like to share refine these ideas even more dimly and precisely with all of you. I would like to present on the topic virtual characters and post-human subjectivity in the era of the post-industrial revolution, cognitive and affective learning. In contemporary education, platforms AI-powered virtual characters are emerging as vital agents that mediate the relations between learners, technology, and affect, transcending their roles as simple auxiliary tools. Grounded in Roger Braidotti's post-human theory, this research analyzes how these entities intervene in our cognitive and affective learning process to form a new kind of subjectivity. By synthesizing perspective from psychoanalysts and the psychology of art, we will examine specific cases of how virtual characters cultivated an emotionally safe and immersive learning environment. So why should we focus on virtual characters at this particular moment? The first reason is emotional interaction. Education in the era of the fourth industrial revolution has moved beyond mere information transfer. As core now lies in forming emotional bonds with the learner, characters play a role in anxiety that arises during the learning process and increasing intimacy. The second is the fundamental digital transition of the educational environment in the online learning landscape that accelerated post-pandemic. Virtual characters have emerging as essential companions to resolve the sense of isolation and alienation experienced by learners. Finally, they serve as a humanized interface that imbues technology with personality. Unlike text or static images, virtual characters provide a much more immersive and personalized learning experience by simulating human-like modes of communication. Next, I would like to discuss the theoretical core over this research. First, human subjectivity. With a large variety of theoretical framework, subjectivity can no longer be defined solely through a human-centric lens. Instead, subjectivity exists as a relational assemblage formed through the complex entanglement of the human, the non-human, and the technological. Therefore, running in the first human era is not the simple acquisition of knowledge, it is the processing of co-produced becoming, where cognition and affect are generated alongside the technological and visual embodiments. A rhizomatic reconfiguration of subjectivity itself. How then has our learning environment specifically evolved? First, as you well know, traditional education took place within the confined space of the physical classroom. However, through technological advancement and the recent pandemic, we have come to experience learning in virtual space daily through video platforms like Zoom. And now, education is entering an era of direct interaction with AI virtual characters, moving one step further. This shift provides us with three significant values that go beyond a mere change of location. First is the revolution from the Olympical constraint. Now, anyone can access higher education resources from anywhere. Second is the personalized learning phase. AI characters flexibly adjust to educational contents. Finally, there is closer connectivity. Ultimately, virtual characters perform the key role of maximizing the flexibility unique to digital platforms while simulating the dynamic of a physical classroom. What then is the specific definition of virtual characters in this research? These are not mere static images moving on a screen. They can be defined as AI-powered affective agent. Virtual characters perform three core roles in the educational field. First, they simulate human interaction, providing a communication experience similar to speaking with an actual person. Second, they provide feedback and motivate learners. Unlike static textbooks, they present personalized guidance. Finally, the emergence of these entities demands that we rethink our perspective on education beyond the human-centric model. In the end, virtual characters are evolving beyond the simple educational aid into active partners that reconfigure the relationship between the learner and technology. Why are virtual characters needed in education? Is specifically virtual characters necessary in the education field? The introduction of virtual characters is not merely following a technological trend. Their core value can be summarized into 4 pointers. First is effective presence in remote learning. They resolve the isolation learners often feel. Second is emotional safety, because virtual characters are neutral objects that do not judge. They create a safe psychological space. Third is motivation. Characters act as catalyst. Rest is continuity. Through personalized interaction, they help runners maintain interest. Ultimately, by combining technology with psychological insight, virtual characters transform running into a more interactive and emotionally immersive experience. Now let's examine the theoretical background. Supporting the educational efficacy of virtual characters, the first to mention is constructivist running theory. The core of this theory is that running is not a passive absorption of information, but a process of creating knowledge itself through active interaction with the environment. Virtual characters play a crucial role at this very point. Like the robot character you see on the screen, virtual characters form a feedback loop that responds immediately to the runner's input. This dynamic interaction transforms the runner into an active subject. Following this, the sensority of virtual characters can be explained through Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. Gardner posits that each individual possesses different cognitive strengths. Virtual characters which allow for high level of customization are excellent tools. They can simulate these diverse intelligence simultaneously. They can provide visual stimuli, conversational engagement, and emotional rapport. In essence, virtual characters are the best realization of Gardner's philosophy that one size does not fit all. We cannot overlook therefore determination theory, STD, which is vital in terms of running motivation. This theory experienced that intrinsic motivation is maximized when a runner feels autonomy, confidence, and relatedness. Virtual characters perfectly reinforce these elements. They increase autonomy, instill a sense of competence, and form a relatedness with technology. Motivation does not simply reside within the runner. It is constantly generated. Building upon this foundation, I would like to reinterpret SDD within the context of contemporary digital platforms. Here, autonomy and competence are not merely matters of individual willpower. They are relations effect generated by the platform's interface design. Autonomy is not just the act of choosing from a menu, but an experience constructed within designed reward pathway. Competence is also delicately modulated by the tone of feedback. Relatedness manifests as a technologically produced modality through the character's consistent tone and facial expressions. Therefore, rather than reducing the core of motivation to an individual's personality, we must analyze how the micro conditions of the interface organize affect. To understand the efficacy of virtual characters, the perspective, the over visual arts, and the psychology of art are also crucial. In particular, it is worth noting Rudolf Arnheim's theory of visual perception. Arnheim emphasized that perception is not passive, but a structured process. In other words, learners do not simply receive visual information. They actively organize and interpret it. This is precisely why the design of a virtual character is so vital. The diagram on the right shows a visual balance model. Elements such as balance, symmetry, and color are not merely decorative. A virtual character designed with visual structural integrity helps learners focus on educational materials. At this juncture, I'll interpret Margaret Naumburg's art survey theory through the lens of the modern technology and artistic practice. Naumburg argues that visual expression is a decisive means of externalizing an individual's intimate emotions. From an educational engineering perspective, this aligns with the mechanism where virtual characters function as emotionally neutral and supportive entities. I define this process through the visual metaphor running tonic black ink into yellow. The work on the right, the yellow flower, is a process of prescription. I applied actual psychiatric medication onto black ink, which embodied melancholy, the black bile defined by Hippocrates. At the moment, through a chemical reaction, the black ink transforms into yellow and gains vitality. This is an attempt to fuse physical vulnerability into affective radiance, converting melancholy into the visual language of religions. Virtual characters in education can similarly be used like a medicinal field. Educational method utilizing emotionally communicative characters with visual effect evoke greater interest. The next crucial technological foundation is affective computing. The core of affective computing lies systems' ability to sense, interpret, and respond to human emotions. The way a virtual character detects learners' presentation or confusion and provides uplifting aid, encouragement, significantly boosts learning motivation. However, what I wish to emphasize is that its affective responsibility is by no means value neutral. A learner's spatial experience or voice become highly sensitive, affective data. Therefore, we must collectively question the ethical conditions, and ultimately, only when an ethical arrangement is designed can it become a sustainable educational technology. I would like to further address the ethical layers of affective computing. The affective responsibility of a virtual character is not a simple functional naturally. This is because virtual characters function as affective mediators. This study posits the fundamental question: who defines which emotions as problematic? Emotional normalization and regulation must be a responsibility shared and distributed. The character duo from Duolingo is not just a tool for transmitting knowledge, but a mascot that captures user attention. It is a visual embodiment that forms an emotional bond. In February 2025, Duolingo launches a global marketing campaign centered on the death of its iconic mascot duo. This campaign was executed in global markets incept for Japan as a leisure of this strategy user engagement skyrocketed. During a saw a 51% increase in daily active users. Such gamification based on economy of engagement, however, we must ask a vital question. When the continuity of running depends not on cognitive understanding, but on the affective rhythm, where is the boundary between educational persuasion and effective management? I examine gamification not as a simple fun, but through the lens of an effective economy. While learning continuity is maintained through effective rhythms, such as urgency, security, and relief, this often creates a gap between achievement and cognitive understanding. I pose a critical question. Where does educational persuasion end and effective management begin? We must maintain a critical perspective, mature characters compare to rethink education as a site of a post-human experimentation. I previously experienced the end where Duolingo utilized its visual mascot as an effective agent. This is an attention economy strategy designed that stage Duolingo does repeatedly summon a runner's effect. This mirrors the form of the economic society seen in our descent to the contemporary world. In other words, by relocating subjectivity through the mode of an assemblage, it creates a running induction response. Finally, let's examine how virtual characters operate within the runner's psyche. First is Freud's concept of projection. Runners have a unconscious tendency to transfer their fear of failure or anxiety. A virtual character is presented not as an authoritative teacher and as a neutral companion. Therefore, when a runner fails a task, they can project their stress onto the character, allowing them to secure the emotional safety zone. Actually, I don't have enough time, so I will passing a little bit. So that is the program of Paprika. That can be possible to change their character who have the teaching of their language. And that is the total of the mirror effect of the regulation. And this is the virtual character education without the authority using the YouTube. So now lots of VTuber using the YouTube or their platform for doing some education of a language or mathematics. So I will do my conclusion. The inclusion, the virtual characters are more than simple educational tools. They often upside for post-human experimentation. These characters such as psychological scaffolds, however, we must not overlook the perspective of post-human ethics. Learning is a process of co-produced becoming. Learners experience a nomadic subjectivity that expands their own boundaries. Virtual characters, distability, the traditional teacher-student hierarchy. Moving forward, we require a recognition of believability, ethical responsibility in platform design, and critical reflection. The future we navigate, where we learn more relation and asker most of communications. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot. And well, we saw the visual aids, even if you couldn't, and you didn't have the time to tell us everything you wanted to tell us. And I think, well, it resonated very well with the first intervention, and raising not only the question of becoming and post-human becoming, obviously, but also of the role of institution and industry, because both, I'm not sure it's completely without authority, this kind of learning, but it would be interesting to talk about it. So about this aspect and the question of community. I mean, what sort of community are we talking about? Is it communities of selves, of mirror persons, virtual or real, or is it communities where we can become and we are also confronted with, well, other selves than ourselves? So, well, we're going to have quite a leap, but thank you very much. I'm a literary scholar, so I'm particularly glad to have also a presentation here on George Eliot. So now it's the right name and the right title. So Andrea Russo on Entangling the Skein of Life, Rosi Braidotti's George Eliot. The floor is yours.
So hello everybody. Thank you for staying till the end. If you're gonna fall asleep, I'm not gonna be offended, don't worry. So I'll step in directly. Just let me see if I can work this thing. I don't know how it works. Okay, it's the other way around then. Okay, so before assuming the pseudonym George Eliot, by which she's now commonly known, Victorian novelist Mary Ann Evans had already devoted a substantial period of her intellectual life to the study of Spinoza's philosophy. Being his translator, her engagement with Spinoza was not cursory or academic, but still very intimate and intellectually transformative. In 1849, at the age of 30, she wrote to her close friend Charles Bray that, and I quote, "For those who read the very words Spinoza wrote, there is the same sort of interest in his style as in the conversation of a person of great capacity who has led a solitary life and who says from his own soul what all the world is saying by rote." End quote. The formulation is telling, because here Eliot is not only registering admiration for Spinoza's philosophical rigor, but articulating an affective bond with his voice. The term conversation is especially significant. It suggests an experience of proximity, even companionship, recasting philosophical reading as a form of dialogue, as an encounter between consciousnesses that enables theory to become praxis. In George Eliot's case, thanks to Spinoza's perceived authenticity, his capacity to speak from his own soul, as Eliot puts it. Given the affective and practical nature of Eliot's relation to Spinoza, it is no surprise that Rosi Braidotti, in chapter 2 of The Posthuman, writes that George Eliot has authored her favorite sentence in the English language. And the quote in question reads as follows: "If we had a keen vision and feeling of all ordinary human life, it would be like hearing the grass grow and the squirrel's heart beat, and we should die of that roar which lies on the other side of silence. As it is, the quickest of us walk around well wedded with stupidity." As Braidotti points out, the roar which lies on the other side of the urbane civilized veneer that allows for bound identities and efficient social interaction is the Spinozist indicator of the raw cosmic energy that underscores the making of civilizations, societies, and their subjects. Of course, Spinoza exercised a great influence on literature and the arts, from early Romantic poetry to modern fiction, but even more so for Eliot, who spent years translating Spinoza's Ethics, one of the most conceptually demanding works in the philosophical canon. But the question inevitably arises, What relation does Spinoza's thought bear to Eliot's fiction, and why would Braidotti make an example from Victorian realism in a book about posthuman philosophy? Maybe Rosi will tell us after my presentation, but a preliminary answer would be quite straightforward. The first reason is, in fact, historical. Claire Carlyle, who helped the manuscript of Eliot's translation of the Ethics resurface, has argued that Spinoza was in the air in mid-19th century intellectual culture, and suggests specifically an affinity between Eliot's religious temperament and Spinoza's rejection of dogmatic theology in favor of an immanent ethics. Eliot's resistance to dogmatic Christianity and her emphasis on spiritual joys and sorrows recall Spinoza's distinction between superstition and true religion, as well as his account of human blessedness at the conclusion of the Ethics. Carlyle also notes the correlations between the three clergymen of Eliot's first fictional work, published work, Scenes of the Clerical Life, and the three kinds of knowledge in Part 2 of the Ethics. But following Braidotti's suggestion, it is in Middlemarch and The Meal and the Floss that Spinoza emerges most forcefully. For the sake of clarity, let me just give you an idea of what these very long novels are about. Middlemarch follows several interwoven lives in a provincial English town, most centrally Dorothea Brooke, as her idealistic aspirations collide with social convention. The Meal of the Floss, instead, traces the life of Maggie Tulliver, intellectually hungry young girl, struggling against the limitations imposed by family, gender, and provincial morality, which her beloved brother Tom eventually comes to embrace, to her dismay. The novel stages the conflict, these two novels stage the conflict between inner vitality and social containment, we could say between Zoe and Bios, showing how Maggie's desire, for example, to be free and to reach full connection is gradually worn down by the weight of circumstance and inherited obligation. If we now go back to Spinoza's tripartite vision of knowledge, we see that he distinguishes between opinion, imagination, reason, and intuitive knowledge. And these are not epistemological categories, but ontological modes of being, ways of inhabiting the world, of relating to others, of understanding one's place within the web of causes. And Eliot's novels can be read as sustained narrative experiments in these three modes of knowing, which her protagonists have to traverse. The first kind of knowledge, opinion, imagination, is for Spinoza the domain of partial ideas. It is shaped by social habit and inherited prejudice. It is not false in any simple sense, but it is narrow and prone to error because it apprehends effects without understanding causes. And this is where most of Eliot's characters begin their journey. But crucially, Eliot never moralizes this condition. Error in her fiction is not sin. It is epistemological limitation. Dorothea's early idealism in Middlemarch is exemplary in this regard. Her yearning for a meaningful vocation is sincere, but it is misdirected because it is governed by received images of greatness and self-sacrifice rather than by an understanding of relational realities. Her marriage to Casaubon is not a moral failure, but a cognitive one. She mistakes the external signs of learning and seriousness for genuine intellectual and ethical depth. In Spinoza's terms, she confuses an imagined cause with an inadequate one. Her idealism is imaginative rather than rational, driven by projection rather than comprehension. As we read in this quote, her full nature, like that river of which Cyrus broke the strength, spent itself in channels which had no great name on the earth. But the effect of her being on those around her was incalculably diffusive, for the growing good of the world is partly dependent on unhistoric acts. And that things are not so ill with you and me as they might have been is half owing to the number who lived faithfully a hidden life and rest in unvisited tombs. Now, at the most intimate level, this passage dismantles the model of the subject as sovereign, exceptional, and historically monumental. Dorothea's full nature does not culminate in public greatness, in institutional power, or heroic achievement. Instead, Eliot says, it spent itself in channels which had no great name on the earth. Eliot here refuses the teleology of individual distinction and replaces it with a diffuse relational model of ethical efficacy. However, Eliot's narrator speaks with sustained attentiveness to the many lives she narrates. And in fact, it is curious for a Victorian novel with such strong characters to have a title not centered on the heroine's first name, as was usually the custom. Think of Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. It might be posited that Eliot deliberately directs our attention to a whole community, in the case of Middlemarch, and for The Mill on the Floss, on the intra-relationality of a man-made machine and a natural element, the mill and the river Floss. In Middlemarch, Eliot reflects on the limits and obligations of this kind of narrative focus. She says, I at least have so much to do in unraveling certain human lots and seeing how they were woven and interwoven that all the light I can command must be concentrated on this particular web and not dispersed over that tempting range of relevancies called the universe. The particular web is the provincial community of Middlemarch, yet the formulation already gestures beyond the local. Eliot's declared concentration on the limited social field is explicitly provisional. It is a methodological narrowing undertaken in the service of a larger ethological ambition. In fact, her study of character aims not merely at social description, but at an enlargement of moral perception. What is at stake is not simply the representation of individuals, but the cultivation of an ethics grounded in relationality. This ethological method is inseparable from Eliot's ethics of sympathy. If we consider the early description of Dorothea, for example, we read that most men thought her bewitching when she was on horseback. She loved the fresh air and the various aspects of the country, and when her eyes and cheeks glowed with mingled pleasure, she looked very little like a devotee. Riding was an indulgence which she allowed herself in spite of conscientious qualms. She felt that she enjoyed it in a pagan, sensuous way, and always looked forward to renouncing it. Now, the narrator neither idealizes nor condemns Dorothea. The passage instructs instead the reader in a mode of attention that suspends judgment in favor of understanding. Sympathy here is not sentimental, it is analytical and ethical at once. As Eliot insisted in 1873, she says, and I quote, unless my readers are more moved towards the ends I seek by my works as wholes than by an assemblage of extracts, my writings are a mistake. I have always exercised a severe watch against anything that could be called preaching. End of quote. Ethics in Eliot is therefore structural. It is embedded in narrative form, not appended as moral commentary. Yet this ethological focus on human lots, as she calls them, remains provisional. Eliot is aware of the danger of overextension, as she writes, coming back to Bredotti's favorite quote, if we had a keen vision and feeling of all ordinary human life, it would be like hearing the grass grow and the squirrel's heartbeat, and we should die of that roar which lies on the other side of silence. This is not a simple metaphor. As Bredotti argues, this passage signals Eliot's entry into, and I quote, a monistic universe of intersecting affective relations that simply make the world go round and constitute the core of a posthuman sensibility that aims at overcoming anthropocentrism. End of quote. This idea is embodied even more evidently in Maggie from The Mill on the Floss, a creature of pure imagination. She is governed by impulse, affective excess, and for this reason, eventually, by social guilt. Her suffering is not romanticized as tragic grandeur, but shown as structurally produced by the constraints of her environment and by her inability to convert passion into action. Spinoza would probably describe Maggie as dominated by passive emotions, by affects that happen to her rather than being actively understood. Her intense sensitivity, so often celebrated by readers, is in fact a mark of her vulnerability. She feels more than she can cognitively metabolize, and Eliot is unsparing in showing how a lack of epistemic and social resources traps her within reactive cycles of self-blame and renunciation, hence why her tragic death, spoiler, by the flooding violence of the River Floss has such a symbolic charge. Nevertheless, I would resist an apocalyptic reading of the flood, or its interpretation as a moral punishment inflicted on Maggie for loving a man that her family and her brother condemn. Certainly, it functions in part as a psychic displacement. Eliot herself, in her life, paid a heavy price for her extramarital relationship and for the consequent estrangement from her brother. But in fact, in the novel's final movement, brother and sister are reconciled. Rather, the novel seems to stage the difficult passage from Spinoza's imagination to ratio, to reason. And it is here that Eliot's ethical realism comes fully into view. Reason, for Spinoza, is the capacity to understand relations, causes, and interdependence. It is not abstract rationalism, but situated comprehension. The ability to see how things are connected, how actions reverberate, how individuals are embedded in networks of determination. And this is precisely what Eliot's narrative form enforces. Her multi-plot structures, shifting focalizations, slow causal chains, and dense social textures are not mere stylistic choices, which in Victorian realism do abound. They are epistemological training grounds. The reader is compelled to inhabit multiple perspectives at once, to suspend judgment, to trace the long and often invisible lines of influence that bind characters together. In doing so, Eliot's realism becomes a pedagogy of relationality. For instance, Maggie's reading of Thomas à Kempis has been often misinterpreted as religious retreat, but structurally it functions as an attempt to reorder the turbulence of her emotions. She is trying, in Spinoza's sense, to convert passive emotions into active ones. That she fails is not an indictment of her will, but a diagnosis of her environment. Eliot shows with devastating clarity that ethical transformation is not an individual achievement, but an ecological process. Without a supportive milieu, reason cannot stabilize. This insight aligns powerfully with Bredotti's insistence that, contrarily to identity, which is a safe, if illusory haven, subjectivity is always embedded, it is always materially conditioned. Yet, it is Spinoza's third kind of knowledge, scientia intuitiva, intuitive knowledge, that most decisively aligns Eliot with Bredotti's posthuman project. For Spinoza, intuitive knowledge is not mystical intuition, but the immediate apprehension of singular beings as expressions of an immanent whole. And this is where anthropocentrism dissolves, where the human is no longer the measure of all things, but one intensity among many others. And it is here that Bredotti explicitly claims Eliot. In fact, in Spinoza's fashion, for Eliot, the world is not a stage for human action, but a field of forces in which humans are one mode among many. As Deleuze also insisted, Spinoza replaces moral transcendence with an evaluation of modes of existence. There is no good and evil, only good and bad encounters. Eliot's narrative ethics operates on precisely this plane. As Claire Carlyle observes, and I quote, "The great divide in the universe of George Eliot's novels is not between darkness and light, but between restriction and expansion, between those who are narrow and those who are wide." End of quote. This is a Spinozist distinction in that for him, the free person is defined by the activity that follows from their essence. Not potestas, the heroic and teleological enterprise, but potentia, a full embracing of one's potentials. Perhaps this is why Eliot emerges as a non-anthropocentric humanism. She trains us to perceive ourselves as entangled in a wider field of life. In this light, when Bredotti cites Eliot, she's not indulging in literary flourish. She says anyone who ever identified with Dorothea or Maggie may not be cognitively aware of the fact that she or he stepped surreptitiously and fatally into a monistic universe. End of quote. Which is why she ties in the idea of vitalist materialism, which she defines thus, and I quote again, "Vitalist materialism is a concept that helps us make sense of that external dimension which in fact unfolds within the subject as the internalized score of cosmic vibrations." End of quote. For Bredotti, the row of the world that is at once outside and inside of us names Zoe, life as excessive force, not regulated by bios, but the structured human. It is the cosmic energy that exceeds the human that sustains and overwhelms it. In the Mill of the Flowers, the same idea is expressed through the image of the skein. And I quote from the Mill of the Flowers, "There was a direct relation between these apparently contradictory phenomena, since I have observed that for getting a strong impression that a skein is tangled, there is nothing like snatching hastily at a single thread. The tangle, Eliot seems to suggest, is generated by epistemological impatience, by snatching the strings, that is, by isolating causes, motives, or agents from a complex web of relations in which they are embedded. To grasp only a single thread is to remain trapped in the domain of Spinoza's idea of inadequate knowledge. The skin of life, like the web of life in Middlemarch, is a rhizomatic figure. Julian Beer writes that Eliot used, and I quote, a metaphoric form which could accommodate conflicted models, the web itself a product as much of strain and conflict as of supple interconnection. The two major and interconnected problems on which Darwin wrote, which fascinated Eliot, were those of relations and of origins, end of quote. So we have spiders, fabric, human tissue. These are all post-human string figures about la lettre. And let's not get started on Donna Haraway's chthonic imaginaries, because we don't have time, but it's all there. And it is no wonder that many contemporary authors writing under the sign of new materialism have found great inspiration in Spinoza and in Eliot. A.S. Bayet is a case in point. She also reviewed Antonio Damaggio's Looking for Spinoza, in which she develops the concept of the embodied mind to describe her narrative. Later, Zadie Smith referenced Eliot's translation of Spinoza's Ethics as the thinking process behind Middlemarch, which might be surprising given that Eliot stays within the genre of realism. But the fact is that the difference that she posits is not ontological, it is generic. Eliot writes the posthuman before it has a name, which also dismantles the idea that literary posthuman imaginaries come to be only with modern science fiction. Now, I'm going to jump to the conclusion. So, Bradotti's claim on Eliot is neither anachronistic nor opportunistic. When Bradotti argues that posthuman subjectivity is relational, embodied, embedded, and immanent, she is articulating in theoretical language what Eliot, like others, narrativized rather than theorized. The contamination, the problem is that critical theory has not always sympathized with this kind of transdisciplinary contamination, this tendency of interpreting by philosophizing. For instance, tracing the trend that dates to Plato's opposition to the poets, in the 90s, Mark Edmondson contended that theories like Foucault, Desmond, Derrida, and Harold Bloom have wrongly undermined literature to philosophy. I don't agree, because by contrast, Bradotti writes, and I quote, a text, whether scientific or literary, is a relay point between different moments in space and time, as well as different levels, degrees, forms, and configurations of the thinking process. It is a mobile entity, a speed jet. Thinking and writing, like breathing, are not held into the mold of linearity or the confines of the printed page, but move onwards, out of bounds, in webs of encounters with ideas, others, texts. The linguistic signifier is merely one of the points in a chain of effects, not its center or its end game. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this lovely reading. I don't know how to put it. It's a skein in itself. It's your reading of Eliot through Rosi with Spinoza. So I'm not trying to unentangle it because, I mean, it would defeat the purpose. But thank you ever so much. It was really wonderful, and to hear George Eliot as well. And I think, again, well, that it resonates actually very well with the two previous presentations, because we come back to community. One way or another, it's still about community and how we inhabit worlds and how do we want to inhabit them and by what means. And obviously, fiction and gaming and learning are absolutely essential in this aspect, but I don't want to talk too much, so I'm going to open to the floor if there are questions, and there are.
Hi, my question is to Arda. Thank you for bringing up that topic. Actually, I found really interesting. But I have also a lot of questions about this. I am actually a creep cyborg, even I don't look like these characters in the games more than a human. I am not, because I'm living from my childhood with a medical device. Even I thought they are of course, breaking down that taxonomies. I think there is also a tendency to create in these worlds, in these games, like to make the personas better, like faster or richer, like a better version of human being. And I found it also really problematic sometimes. Even I am not a gamer, so I don't know a lot about the context, of course. Because I think I have a more like kind of companionship relationship with my medical device. It's not just one direction way. And I found it a bit of lack of kind of perspectives, bringing these technocentric imagination in the games, and it creates maybe other kind of problems, like in Silicon Valley, people are using, even they don't have like diabetes, they use like sensors, but like last week there was a medical malfunction in the sensor which 9 diabetic people around the world they lost their life, but not the Silicon Valley people. And it's like creating kind of like a lot of questions for me, like how we can like break down these taxonomies, especially in the games or in the movies, like because it's really important also to show that world, but how we can also create more ethical, bringing the care relationship with technological perspective in these games. How do you feel and think about it? Thank you so much.
That's a tough one, yes. Okay, let me catch my breath first. I think humans become cyborg as soon as they start using the tools. It's not just about you, we are all cyborgs because we are, yes, it's maybe more essential for you, but we are using our mobile phones, we are using cars. Actually, we forget how to survive without technology right now. I think yesterday we were talking about with Nicole in the cocktail, and she said why we don't just be human, she said. And I replied, because we forget. We don't remember how to be a human anymore, because we much more relying on technology. For example, we don't know how to hunt. We don't know how to light a fire. So we only exist through technology. By how we are going to go with the taxonomy is actually whether I don't know about it. We need to look into it. But the games shows what the culture is going on, what the culture is doing right now. So I don't think we should look for the answer elsewhere. I'm sure it's been hidden in the game or somewhere, but the answer, actually, I really don't know.
Marco.
Régler un problème. Oui, pardon.
Ici. Mais je peux m'en charger si tu veux.
So I thought both of your topics were really interesting, and like you said, we don't really know how to live without technology, but I think that can be really scary for this new generation because we're aware of a lot that we've lost, and I think a lot of what has resonated with me with posthumanism is about also connecting to the technology that's coming, but also going back to maybe connecting to nature in different ways. So when it comes to video games, my brother is really into video games, and he's got a whole online community, and I do see the benefit of it. But when you were talking about people and experiencing, for example, gender fluidity and all these kind of things, and maybe being more open, my question is kind of, and you also mentioned it, but it can lead to these idealizations that people might prefer to live in these idealized world than actually translate that into reality because that's too difficult. So my kind of question to you is more, how can you see, the greatness that might come with video games actually be able to translate into society? And I also have another question for you about the AI teaching, but maybe you can go first if that's...
Could you please come again, the question?
Oh, yeah.
think I missed
So
it.
video games, they can provide this idealized setting, but how can we guarantee that people aren't just going to want to stay in that, and that all the benefits that might come from it don't actually translate into our society?
Actually, I don't think video games are idealizing people. They are just following what people are doing. For example, I talk about the fluidity of the identities. I was playing the game as a male character, as a male, but with a female avatar. Then I start messing around with the female avatar. I kissed a man, and I was like, I'm kissing with a man right now. It was awkward for me because I identify myself not LGBT. The fluidity thing is related with the data. The body is becoming data. So as long as you intervene with a character in the digital game, I don't think that become a queer anymore.
I don't think that's what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting more the idea that people, as I don't know your name, but you mentioned, can become stronger and faster, and you can live a life where, okay, let's imagine you ignore the fluidity. Let's say you're the heterosexual man in your video game, but you get to go off and get married. You get to learn all the skills that maybe you've lost, like hunting, all of this.
Mm-hmm.
So you have now this new idealized world that now society isn't giving you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So you might not have thought of this, and I know you might not have the answer, but do you think that feeling, because you said before you had that quote from that person that you can take on any identity and that your needs can be satisfied, and maybe with Martin Steen, who couldn't physically move, that was a chance for him to get out of that. But with people, and normal is a terrible term to use, but for people who have normal functioning capacities, how does it, because there's a lot of questions of male loneliness and a lot of men closing in on themselves, and so my fear is that people will spend too much time in this idealized world and not actually take, and live in the world that we're currently living and solving the problems that we do need to be solving. So that's kind of the question I posed.
I'm not quite sure I'm following the question, actually.
Oh, okay. So it's just whether through this idealization we're actually being more disconnected, and rather than becoming post-human, we're further disconnecting ourselves, is essentially my question. Do you think that's the case, or do you not think that's the case?
I need to think about it, actually, for a while.
Okay.
Maybe we can discuss about it after the session, huh?
Yeah, sure.
So.
Could I maybe ask? Yeah. And then the second question is about AI learning.
Yes.
Once again, this kind of fantasy in which you have an AI chatbot which responds to you in the way that you want them to respond to you can be really nice for, early learning and young kids getting a positive feedback, but it's also maybe unrealistic to a certain sense. And I fear that with AI learning, we're once again gonna rely on technology and lose the capacity and the will to actually wanna find better ways of teaching and learning and care. And do you worry that, or not worry, but yeah, do you worry that maybe AI will just put the business of teaching onto them because it's easier than us actually transforming ourselves and our ways of teaching and learning? Because you said all the positive effects of less anxiety, but then what about humans? What's the purpose of us anymore?
Me, I think the AI teacher can't be possible to main teacher in our world, because they can be possible to work in sub-teacher in the classroom, because for the teacher, they can't be possible to take care of all the student in the class, because by the student, they have all the different idea and the level of their study. So maybe AI teacher can be possible to helping the teachers, but they can't be possible the main, because human can be possible to do the human things, but AI can be possible to helping, and they showing the side effect for to giving the idea for the student to make themselves to want to study. But that is just sub-teacher's work, I think.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, because I just wasn't sure whether you saw it as an extension or the main thing, but thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. One very quick question, but I think, and then because we want to hear Rosie, cheeky Rosie, it's a date about this last panel, but I think what we're all getting at is actually a very old debate, and which refers back to women reading novels and losing themselves in fictional worlds and losing touch with reality and so on. So it's just the technology is evolving, but the question actually, Plato asked it already, and it always comes back to the question of we actually need these, well, fictional in games characters or in novels or in learning. It's useful, it's important to have them, but we can't only rely on them. And so it's the question of, well, still living in the world, if I understand correctly what you were talking about. But I'm not sure the debate is new. And so I completely understand and empathize with, well, a kind of fear which I share, absolutely. But I think it's also important not to over-invest in this fear, because this debate actually, we are still having it, and we are constantly having it. It's the technology that's evolving. And so maybe there are new answers and we haven't found them yet, but there are a lot of answers we already have. So I just wanted to come back to that. So one quick question, quick answer, please, and then we will hear Rosie.
Yes, I have a little bit of inappropriate and informal question for Sujin. And since you mentioned Duolingo and the little cute green bird, it suddenly came to me that last Halloween there was a viral video of a sexy muscular man dressed in a Duolingo costume and green oil pants. I'm sure some of you guys have watched it, and it became so viral when a virtual character can be recreated into this kind of figure. So do you have any thoughts about I don't know, the correlations between these virtual characters, the cute little bird that keeps reminding you to do your daily exercise on your phone, and this I don't know, muscular guy that is sometimes even erotic, muscular guy, I don't know, do you have any thoughts, any comments, just briefly comments? Yeah, because I'm very, very interested in
that is some viral marketing of Duolingo, I think, because they make lots of different advertisements, like what you're saying. That isn't just some handsome guys with some oils, and they also doing some scare game example, because what they are make some advertising is the scare games character, and Duolingo cared the character of scare games. You didn't study some language, so you will die, something like that. And then you have to study the language. So that is the famous viral marketing system. And what I really wondering also, like you, why they are doing some strange advertise like that. And then I found some information about the Duolingo. What they want is the running is the most, for the running, the most important thing is want thing. Because lots of students or lots of people are really hard to keep going there studying, because the world has so many things to enjoy. But Duolingo thinking to make the strange thing for make people want to do something for keep going. So they are not really think lots of things for the advertiser. What they are want is make the people want to see the advertiser like something like what you say, strange.
Okay, Rosie, any thoughts on sexy muscular man?
small and the big. Wow. Whew. Nothing of my brains left. Thank you so much. Again, humbled by the breadth and depth of applications. Quite different papers. I don't see a real overarching theme, so I will go more individually. I guess the overall comment is that if you want to do my type of critical post-human thinking, you need the complexity of at least 3 axes of analysis. Never just the digital, always digital, environmental, socioeconomic. Are we meat made of data? My conversation with Kate Hales, which goes back to the 80s, because she wrote the very first book, the stuff on the post-human, way back in the middle 80s, early 90s. Are we meat made of data? Yeah, for as long as we have electricity to keep the data center running, and they cost an enormous amount of electricity. So long as we have water to cool off the data centers, and they take an enormous amount of water. And so long as we have the oxygens being heated up by the whole process of technologies which are destroying the planet and which we cannot afford. And in the absence of the elements, electricity, air, and water, what are we? Intelligent flesh that self-replicates. The matter is there prior to all of this. And this is where the transhumanism of Kate Hales and the Silicon Valley gurus is not my critical posthumanism. Sorry, but, yeah, for as long as, but how long is that? So the complexities, the 3 axes, keep the convergence, and then of course, depending on your work, you analyze whatever you analyze, but complexify the pictures, because otherwise it becomes very complicated. And with the best of intentions, if you show muscular image of white people, you're going to get a lot of flack, trust me, and it's not in your intentions, and I know you well, this is not what you mean. Never say we without grounding it. Are we all becoming cyborgs? Well, a disabled or otherwise able person that needs dialysis, that needs sorts of technological support, that needs implants, that needs organ transplants, is in a dramatically different position from somebody who wants to be enhanced. I suppose we will see Orlan tomorrow night. Orlan has been enhancing herself since the 1990s, and body artists have been doing that, or nerds working on their video games, changing genders and class across the net. Dramatically different location. Position the we always. And it's not relativism, it's the immanence of locations. Your analysis will be all the stronger if you say, speaking from the position of, this is what I see. And it will simplify the conversation and the dialogues and the exchanges, because people say, well, speaking as a Cree person, an enhanced person, I see it this way. Let's talk. Let's. The positionality enhances the dialogue and enhances the ability to compare the cartographies. And my quarrel with the transhumanism of technology making everything possible is disembedded, disembodied, fantasy-ridden. And that's very dramatic at a time when what is actually happening in the eyes of a critical posthumanist is a very unhealthy alliance between high technology and liberal individualism, big egos with big money, and there's 5 of them, and they own everything. Not a healthy moment for anybody. So that's where they complain, but at the same time, I love these technologies. I'm not going to do without them, we wouldn't be here if we didn't. It's the struggle of the centuries, and we are going to win it, of course, because there's many more of us, and because the electricity will run out, and because the planet is going to put some limits to this. Look at the video of Elon Musk talking about the water supplies in one of his factories of Tesla. Say, plenty of water here. I see plenty of water. There is no problem with water. And then the statistics about the droughts and the water shortages in the sacrificial zone, and that Pauline told us about. So keep those elements in balance would be my humble advice if you want to work with these traditions. And on keep the transhumanist line in mind. There's many variations of transhumanism, technology solving the problems created by technology. Some of it are very, very radical and subversive. I think in Francesca Ferrando, who is really thinking of spirituality, artificial intelligence, indigenous cosmologies, Buddhism, and through all of this, we will become new type of cosmic divinities. I love Francesca, it's not my line, but I think there's an interesting subversion of transhumanism, because the classical transhumanism is we enhance you, you can become what you want, anything. All the boundaries go. Move fast, break things, break the boundaries, change the order of things. Well, that is delusional and very, very dangerous and unsustainable. So that's the line of discussion. It's been going on since the early days of cyber feminism and cyberpunk, which, as you know very well, what used to be a radical sort of movement. The other thing I wanted to say, that to jump, was the question of the ancestry and how moved I was by the Eliot paper, I must admit, because it illuminates one of my favorite methods, which is don't drop out of the canon, drop in. Don't drop out of the tradition, drop back in. The tradition is the academic tradition, what we call the canon, is a lot richer, a lot more varied, a lot more transgressive than what they teach you. They teach us all. Philosophy, used to say, Deleuze, has been absolutely crucified by the history of philosophy. It's just nothing but the history of philosophy. It's become this cage that prevents you from thinking. Deleuze used to teach us, liberate us from the history of philosophy, liberate philosophy from the history of philosophy. Think, make it the art, the technology of thinking again. If you have to read the entire history of philosophy before you can say beep, you're never going to say anything. And that is what has stifled that discipline, what has made the discipline so sterile, so Eurocentric, so self-referential, so patriarchal, that nobody's doing it anymore. They have 3.5 sort of students, all white males smoking a pipe, wanting to be Heidegger. And you think, what a catastrophe, when the archive of the discipline is so absolutely astonishing. And so that is that go back and discover, dig up the other resources and make it possible to think again and think anew. I love the idea of posthumanism without a technology. That's what you're really saying. I mean, Spinoza makes no difference between the optical instruments that he used to make for a living. He was a technician, don't forget. Today he would be a programmer, a hacker, he would be he's a techno guy. He made no difference between the technological artifact, a fruit, an apple, an animal, and human action. It is not the origin. It's not where you come from. It's what you're capable of. It's what actions you're capable in the world. And spiders can do amazing things, and so can lenses and microscopes and telescopes. It's your power of acting upon the world that makes you interesting. We have a complete posthumanist just there. Nature, culture, continuum, trans-species, you can call it anything you want. And the greatest of Mary Ann Evans, for her own reasons, she actually got this right, got a lot of flack for it as well. And I'm very glad that you picked that one up, because it actually is like I planted that in the books, like an appointment for the future. If I could have, I would have done a whole project on Mary Ann Evans, on George Eliot and Spinoza. I ran out of time, but I planted the little flower there, and so glad that you and others can pick it up, because there is a treasure trove in there. If you start on this, you will see a whole set of premises. Why did that not take off? And if it took off, why did it become idealism? Why did Hegel hate Spinoza? Why does Badiou hate Deleuze? And his hatred, it's not any rational. It's really a sense of, that creep. That emotional thing, says Hegel, or this Jew who dares to think the continuity of living matter. There's real disgust. But Jew is a bit better, but we're pretty close. So there's a whole other affective map that could be coming up. So very often my literary references are a virtue. I plant a thing hoping that somebody picks it up. The other book that I should have done is Clarice Lispector. I have a rendezvous with Clarice Lispector, which I can't do. It's yours, take it. But I've planted that, saying, too much life. Oh, please. I should have done that. So it is at the moment where an ancestor becomes a virtue. And maybe that's where I can veer towards a general conclusion, because this is what this conference has been for me, a treasure trove of things that I had no idea that had anything to do with me, or with my work, or with my books, except that you, in your immense generosity and intelligence, guided my attention back, that is to say, forth to what I would have done in books that obviously now, as I said at the start, precede me and exceed me. So for me, this is a mind-blowing and a heart-filling exercise. I have no words but to thank you for this, because you have made me an ancestor for 48 hours, and that's an enormous honor, because I can't self-appoint as an ancestor. I can only become an ancestor if you make me into one. It's relational. If there's anything in what I've done, and for 2 days you seem to indicate, that resonate with you, well, we have the making of a missing people here. The making of what I hope is for all of us what you have been for me for the last 48 hours, empowering, intelligence, generous, and life-affirming. I shall say farewell like I did when I left Utrecht University. It has been a joy to belong to this community and an honor to serve it to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Nous avions prévu dans le programme, excusez-moi, il y a donc un petit atelier, et donc on en a besoin. Donc je vous invite, okay, you can leave the stage to the very next session, so please. And I ask donc to Laura and Alex to conclude this day with this last atelier here. This atelier was supposed to take place in the other room, but the room has been taken for another event. We didn't know it actually. So, Anissa, please. So I leave you the stage, and we have just two words at the end for that kind of goodbye.
What we need to do is just like to take all the chairs down from the stage, because we're going to bring everyone here to the stage.
Okay. So can everybody come on the stage? We just have to clean up the stage. Everybody.
Venez. Come on the stage, please, everyone.
Dank je, waren dat goed.